such relatively mild weather.
Hello, boys and girls, lads and lassies. We were right in the middle of a conversation when I started the stream. Sorry, Colin.
It's all right.
So, how's everybody been this week? Apart from dun dun dun, it's hot outside.
It's working hot outside.
Yes.
It's forking
Forking
It,
hot
it, it
is
is
the way.
FFSI hot outside. That's
yeah.
all I can say.
I was cheeky to
It's
somebody
hot
who says go to
outside,
hell. I
no
says
kind
please
of
because it'll
win-
be colder.
Hot outside. There's no kind of wind release.
Yeah. I'm coming. I'm just like, I just can't believe I blinked and the week is over. I've had a nice week off work this week. And that's been lovely. But I just wish the weather had been a little bit more comfortable. But hey, it's a week off. I'll take it.
Yes, definitely. It's always great when you get a week off. So,
Miranda, you're amazing.
You're a survivor.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. It's hi Kelly.
Hiya.
How are you? Because we're all melting here. You can, if you hear buzzing in the background, that's I've got a wee desk fan sitting there keeping me cool.
That's probably each of us in turns desk fan. So I've got one sitting right underneath my microphone. I've just realised.
Well, I've got one here. I can't hear yours either, so we're okay.
Nah.
I was just looking at the
Miranda.
AccuWeather for how hot it is here. It's currently 32 degrees, and it's almost it's past 8 o'clock in the evening.
Yep.
It's just oppressive.
Yep.
Very, very much
so. It's not nice.
Just discovered a new beer made of mangoes. Reminds me of Blue Moon or Shot Top. I've never
Blue Moon is a good one.
Blue Moon.
Yeah. I've not had either of those. I've not heard of either one of them, but always fun sampling new beers.
Yeah, and I saw someone actually sampling Kex, which is basically a chocolate biscuit from Scandinavia.
Did they get their cakes out?
Yeah, they're getting the cakes out.
My favorite beer.
It's a really nice treat.
Yeah.
Just as long as I'm not
There's
taking
Alex.
off.
And Alex was late because he was problems with the computer.
Here's Alex, and we can hear him having the full blast on his aircon.
Yep.
Can you hear me loud and clearly?
Very loud.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had to put it up to 100% on the proper settings.
Yeah,
Turn it up to 11.
Hear you.
Yeah.
From a range of 1 to 10, 11.
I think my computer is on the way out. Well. Yeah, I don't really want to use the cam tonight.
Yeah.
Because this room is hot in here. I don't know why.
Yeah.
The aircon's blasting.
Yeah. This is the coolest room in the flat. So I'm doing okay.
My man feels the same.
Here.
It could be because I never open my blind, so the sun doesn't come in.
Yeah.
So, but accordingly, we're all going to burn anyway because the sun's out. You know what I mean? Scotland's going to be
the sun's out, but our guns are not out.
Decimated because at least 1 in 10 gingers are going to catch fire.
That is very true. It is nice when it's really warm and not so oppressive, but most of us, me, Ginger, I'm not going out in the sunlight when it's this warm at all.
Yep.
33 degrees over there. That's roughly what we've got here, and people think it's the end of days. The news is end of days here. If you go out in the sun, you'll burst into flames. And I'm sitting there thinking, somebody want to tell somebody in Saudi Arabia that it's really hot here and we will not be able to survive it.
Well, we're not used to it.
Really? Well, I suppose there's that. It's nothing to do with anything else. We're not used to it, but our bodies are not going to actually shrivel up because of the sunstorm. Our brains.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. I was at the beer festival just before lockdown happened, and it was complete overcast. There was no sunshine coming through, When I came home the evening and I just lifted my sleeve like this, I could literally see that I got sunburned.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to see the fun? I don't know if it actually shows very well on camera, right? Because I wear this day in, day out. So, see the lines?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, technically, half of my hand is a Paleo Alitali. So it is. The other half has got a wee tan. It's the sallow skin of the Italians. Underneath is the ginger skin of the Scots.
Yeah. I'm Celtic to the bone, so I walk outside and I'm like a vampire.
Yeah. Which I saw plenty of today when I was in A1 Comics in Glasgow City Centre. They had a Flash figurine, it's about that size. And I saw the other ones around it, £70 reduced to 50, £50 reduced to 25. They were not figures I really cared about. And I saw this one, it didn't have a price on it. And I said to the girl, how much is that? She says, I think it's similar to those ones. I think it's about £50. I'll check. And I'm sitting there going, and she says 125. I says, nope.
Oh my God. Speaking of
£125. I thought, nope.
Speaking of
how much.
Speaking of props and stuff like that, what was it? It was earlier this week. We were in town, and they had what looked to me, from having seen the film so many times, they had a prop quality face hugger, full size, in like one of the little geek shops. It's not the TV and movie store. It's another little one that's opened. And he had it right in the window. And I was just like, my face was like pressed against the window looking at it. And I went in and asked about how much it was. And it was £70. And I was just like, oh, God.
At least you would always know someday.
I want him.
A hug.
Yeah.
I
just wanted him.
At A1 Comics, they do toys. It's called A1 Toys and Comics, but that one is A1 Comics. They've got one in Braehead called A1 Toys. And they've got one further along called Static Games. Just do board games and stuff like that. And at the end of their Warhammer one, they've got a full-size goblin all tooled up. It is a
my God
statue. And I'm sitting there thinking, I want that.
Wiping the drool. Yeah.
Hey, do you mind?
And then you see the price tag. It's like,
yeah, basically. And
yeah, you kind of like,
I was wondering if it could go in my pocket.
Have a nice day.
Shop. Are you comfy there? Oh, it's because my fan is sitting there, so the fan's blowing in the face. That's why he's sitting there like that.
He's no dummy.
Can I actually see people? I know that you like to be seen, and people like to see you more than me, but don't look at me like that.
Yeah, you're not going to win that argument.
I'm not, definitely not. So, but I had a king rib earlier on. That's why he was wanting up, because he thinks I've still got it, and I've not. They've been actually not too bad with the heat, because we keep the fan on and pointing it down towards the ground, and every so often they'll lie underneath it on the laminate. So it's nice to go for them. And they've been drinking enough water, so they're fine. I'm not, but they are, because the fan actually, believe it or not, is pointing to the ground, not towards me when I'm through. I'm sitting there, and they're sitting there going, can I have a hot drink, please? It's too cold.
Right, just to let you know, I've just ordered my PC.
You just ordered it? Excellent.
Yep.
Oh, well done.
Nice.
I'm not waiting a month. I'm going to get this new PC, and if the mic still doesn't work, I'll get a new microphone also.
Good.
I've had enough.
I keep thinking about getting a new microphone, but I've noticed a couple of times when my microphone's been away up there, I forget to bring it down, and people can still hear me. So it must be quite good.
Yeah, it's still picking up quite well, and you can't hear Buddy doing noises or anything.
At the moment, he's quite happy just sitting here. The fan is pointing right towards the mic. You can't hear it, so that's a positive. So it must be a lot better than I thought it was. Not bad for £30, and that was including the stand and everything. The arm for clipping it onto the desk, the lot. That was not too bad, £30. So I'm happy with that.
If I'm going to be brutally honest, I have upgraded to the expensive Wave 3 Elgato, the whole kit. My old microphone was holding out quite well compared to it. So should you spend 150 versus 30 quid?
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm thinking about getting the Jab. Do you mind? Look at this.
You might need to get a second camera angle or something.
I think I will need to set up the other camera just so I can get some.
Well, he's no dummy. He's like, hey, Dad, you're the one that put the fan here.
That's it. I think that's what it is. He's just trying to get comfortable with the fan. But it's crazy. But no, I was looking at the Yaba mic. It's about 80-90 pounds. It's really good. I've heard a good few things about that one. But
that is usually what you get if you work at Enterprise Corporation. They all go for Jabra 30 or Jabra 50.
Yeah. But there's also the Yeti one as well. It's meant to be quite good.
This is one, I don't know if you can see it. It's a toner, and it wasn't very expensive at all. Just a little toner mic. I mean, it was like, I don't know.
Looks like a hairdryer.
Yeah.
But no, even moving it around when
you can hear it clearly.
It's a nice little mic, and it was very inexpensive. I mean, I can't remember exactly, but I think it might have been about, I don't know, 40-50 pound on sale or something.
You know the difference between a hairdryer and a microphone, don't you? With a hairdryer, the hot air gets blown out. With a microphone, you blow in hot air.
I was going to go down the same route. It's a lot of hot air.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, who's in here?
871 for 489.
I was just thinking, was that bloody just walking across the keyboard?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Darren probably went. Naggered. Sorry. It was the cat walking across the keyboard. At least it spelled 4 correctly. Can't complain if the cat can spell 4. If Buddy walked across the keyboard, I would have got it. So that's what happens when you actually close a book. Yeah. Sorry, I know,
cats could type with stuffed.
What was that?
If cats could type with stuffed.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Cats are already on the way to dominate the planet. We all know that. They've been working since the Egyptians.
What do you think? I'm a serf here. We're both serfs. We work for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
We work for them.
Yeah. The only thing that keeps cats from being at the top of the chain is they just don't care enough.
They're too lazy.
They just don't care enough. You know what I mean? Don't care.
Miranda.
Sorry.
Go ahead, PJ.
I was going to say, if you really like cats, see Dungeon Crawler Carol. He takes into the dungeon with his girlfriend who he's just broken up with, her show cat, and the cat becomes sentient. And all through the 5 books, the cat is a cat. Let's put it that way.
When you say that, all I can think of is Danny.
Yep.
Danny John Jules.
Yes, I know, but it's basically a sentient cat, and it basically is a cat. And it's basically just like, for instance, it's a case of, Donut, read the spells before you choose them. Have you read? And I've chosen one. Have you read them? No, but the name is. It's that thing. It's just a case of, I like that. I'm taking it. It doesn't even read anything. It's really good. And the Donut, the cat, is fun, and it's one of the better characters in it. Carol and Donut are the 2 main characters, and they definitely.
I've not heard of that.
If you like cats, you'll love Donut.
I was just noticing Miranda's comment. I went to Waterstones in Chatham today and couldn't make up my mind, so left before I bought something out of despair. I know that feeling well.
Yes.
I actually was really sad to see that they've basically deleted the horror section from W.H. Smith's, and they've merged it in very, very sadly, almost nothing left of it mixed in with the sci-fi section, which is like this big. It's so tiny now. And I did manage to find a book, even with that limited selection. And it's only because they happened to have a copy and I'd already researched and been watching some reviews. And this one book kept getting mentioned as a really good horror, a new horror, you know? So I picked it up and it's called Hex. I believe it's by a Dutch author. And it's quite good so far. I'm about a quarter of the way into it.
Ideal.
If you like horror books, that's a good one so far.
Oh, given the avatar that you had up when you were away, are you sure you're not thinking about a Discworld computer?
Hex, yes. I love when Hex goes like this and his arm comes out and it's got the hourglass.
Redo from the start. Redo from the start. Who's Redderman? Where the hell is Start?
Oh yeah, we've got a half of a bookshelf practically dedicated to Sir Terry.
Yes, I've got all his books on one of my shelves.
Yeah, Down's got almost everything there, if not everything now. But yeah, I still have to get through all of our Pratchett library. I've read. There was like a, what's the word? Well, there's 3 stories in the one volume. There's Mort.
A compilation.
Yeah, it's like a compilation. So anything to do with the character of Death, I absolutely love.
So it would have had rock music, Mort, and
yeah.
Oh, what was the other one?
Soul.
I know.
Soul music.
Soul music, Mort, and.
I know my memory is so bad.
It wasn't the
Darren
it wasn't Moving Pictures, and it wasn't the one with Agnes. Not Agnes Knit. Was that Interesting Times? Do you want to get your butt out of the camera? The fan again.
I reread a little while ago the Watch books.
I love the Watch. The Watch
I've not read the last one.
The Watch are my favourite. So you've not read?
I've read. Yeah, I was reading the Watch.
Unseen Academicals I like, but my favourite is the. I'm not a big fan of the Timothy Aiken. What do you call her? The chocolate. Tiffany Aiken. I'm not a big fan of her, but I do like the We Free Men. For some reason, I don't know what it is.
A clang well done. From We Free Men. It's just, I just love that one.
Yeah, it's basically, for some reason, it just reminds me of going on holiday in Scotland. I don't know what it is.
If you want to go on a holiday in Scotland, the Scottish people had a folk music kind of group called the Corries.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a very funny tune about an Englishman goes on holiday to Scotland. But because vandalisms and everything, their journey just takes it. Journey for the worse. One of the things I really laughed at was Lyric and Berwick, because one of them is the south and you get back to England. The other one is going way north of Scotland, and then some. You're getting wet going there.
That's true. And Kelly, you're right. Dogs are a case of, hiya, I'm happy to see you. Pat me. Cats are doing my dinner.
Yeah. Well, George Carlin had a great bit on the difference between cats and dogs. And one of our favorites is, the cat he said cats do not accept blame. They just move along to the next activity.
Yeah.
Whereas if the dog does something, you can always tell by looking at the dog.
It'll go.
You know, because they always look guilty.
Yeah.
But the cat's just like, you know, it's like
it basically just goes so.
Yeah, it's like what?
Basically you can almost see its shoulders going up. So
like your shit was in my way. What?
But I just have a question here because I think Grandmoth, and I hope I'm not confusing your Twitter handle for what you are, but you just retweeted the fact that, well, the fact that Elon Musk has reportedly made an offer to buy the FBI from the Clintons.
Yes, I saw that. That's been on Twitter. That was on Twitter yesterday. Basically, he's made an offer, but the Clintons have not decided if they're selling them or not.
That's a brilliant one. I feel sad that people today can't understand or recognize a meme or something just being cheeky.
Yeah, exactly. That is my favorite. When I met Terry, I told him my favorite character was a Death.
Yep.
And he put that in the book. And he actually put, I could murder a curry, Terry, and he put a wee scythe next to it.
Yeah. Oh,
I just told him I loved Mort, my favorite book, and Death is obviously one of my favorite characters.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He wrote. He obviously knew his stuff. He knew his own books, and he could quote stuff from any of the books you liked. So he could.
Yep.
From any.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Yep.
Yeah, I bought Darren the T-shirt from Discworld shop.
Yeah.
That says I could murder a curry, and then I've got the Death of Rats T-shirt.
See, I used to have the diary. I had the Wizard, obviously Unseen Academicals, but I had the one. It was it was black. It didn't have anything written on it, but it had 2 crosses. So it was a double cross and dagger on it. It was basically the Assassin's Guild one. So it didn't have any written on the front of the book. It just had 2 crosses and a dagger. So it was the double cross and dagger. That was the logo for the Assassin's Guild. But that was a few years back. That was a wee while back. So it was. Right. Can I get some peace and quiet now?
No way.
I think he thinks he's a cat. It's almost like a case of no. Good Omens. I liked the book. I wasn't as keen. The series was okay, but
the series was okay. But I only read. I understand there are more novels around it or something like that. But I only read the first book and it was like, okay, yep, this is good. It's entertaining. It explains different angles, different variables, good, evil.
And they couldn't do the dog justice.
No.
Arg.
Arg.
Terry, so Terry did have lots of notes for a second book, and that is what.
That's what Neil Gaiman's going to rip off and actually destroy. Yeah.
Well,
that's what Neil Gaiman's going to rip off and destroy. I'm done.
I'm done with like adaptations of our favorite books and stuff. I'm done.
So he's basically because he worked on the TV show, he thinks he can take Terry Pratchett's notes and build what Terry would have done.
Well, I mean,
if his daughter is okay with it, then I'm cool with it. But I'm still very skeptical.
I mean, to be fair to the man, he co-wrote the original, so he's probably has a reasonably good idea of what Terry would have had in mind and where he would have gone. So at least it's not just completely rewriting something.
See, and it was the same with Robert Jordan when he passed. He picked Brandon Sanderson. He gave him his notes, worked with his wife, who was a producer, and they started writing the books. Accordingly, the final book, which for some reason turned into 3 books, and they added new characters in. So working from an author's notes, working with the author to get things done, and working with people who worked with the author does not actually guarantee.
Oh no, it's not a guarantee. But I'm saying
no, but I think Brandon Sanderson. Everybody says he finished it well. To me, he killed it. He basically killed it because he took a typical AB1 book and decided he needed to split it into 3. And then by doing that, he had to add things. Surprise, surprise, his own things. And that's what I don't like. Because no matter what, I think Neil Gaiman's just going to add his current politics into it, doesn't matter what. And that's where the problem's going to be.
I have no idea what Neil Gaiman's current politics are. So I'm shall we say I'm still neutrally neutral about that. Unlike certain other things where I'm getting less and less convinced there's going to be any chance of them being saved. But I did hit the roof almost literally when I saw somewhere someone tweeted or someone was mentioning on a stream about them now suggesting that Aziraphale and Crowley are going to have
they're going to have a relationship,
a gay relationship. To which my answer was, "What the actual do angels have, which do not breed, are not going to have any sodding interest in sex for?"
Because current day politics. Because they're friendly in the first book, that must mean they're gay. So in effect, see guys, we're all friendly. Guess what that means? That's effectively current politics. It's just a case of two men can't be friends.
I mean, gay characters, great, love it. You know, no problem with it at all. But you know, when they sort of try and force that into a pre-established story with pre-established characters, you know, it's of no interest to me personally. That's it. It's not anything I would be interested in.
It's like Judge Dredd. Do you know what I disliked most about the Sylvester Stallone movie?
Apart from him taking off his helmet.
Yes, but the one part I hated most, above all the other bits and pieces it was bad, was the fact that Hershey fancied him and gave him a big kiss at the end. Really? Why put that type of sexual dynamics?
We're going for a close-up.
Yeah, anybody want to buy a dog? He's going cheap.
If I'm going to be perfectly honest on that
it's a
part of the Stallone Judge Dredd, I don't know about anyone else, but that felt like a brother-sister kind of kiss. There was no sexual tension whatsoever in that at all.
It was basically, they basically said in one of the interviews that it had to be cut down. So the fact that she gave him the kiss, it was meant to be after a few things that had happened, and it was almost a case of a kiss, hi, and it was cut down, so it was just the kiss involved and all the other bits and pieces, right? But it was
so maybe the hero's kiss. I can accept that, but I love that film. It is not for me Judge Dredd, but it's Judge Dredd made a little bit funny. It's like a good portal for people that would like to maybe pick up the comic books.
Yeah,
and then they would understand it's completely different. But
do you know what I would do with Sylvester Stallone's Judge Dredd? I would take the city, I would take the ABC Warrior, and that's it. I would take the Carol Urbane from his movie and take him and the judges from there. The difference is I would sort of get rid of the Sylvester Stallone's judge outfit. I would get rid of the Carol Urbane's judge outfit and have them with a comic book, more accurate comic book one. And I know how they can.
Wasn't this like Gucci or Prada or some like famous fashion brand that designed the costumes?
Yeah, and the Sylvester Stallone one, it was just ridiculous.
I would have thought
Carol Urbane one. I know they went with the Carol Urbane. They went for the motorcycle one and all that, but it just didn't look. to me, I could have justified having the comic book accurate one with the knee pads and the ego and all that on the shoulder. Easily justify it by saying the material, the thin, looks like cotton material of a boiler suit. You could wear that. However, it's a type of carbon mesh, which has got a sort of a force shield built in. And the batteries and the controller are all under the shields and the Judge logo and stuff like that. So the knee pad's the same idea. There's more electronics because of the boots. You could have worked it in that way, so it would still look comic book. However, you could justify it by having why have they got a big shield on their shoulder? Why have they got a big eagle? Because that's where all the electronics is, and they've just designed it to look that way. But and then they can have a comic book accurate without it saying, but comic books don't really work in that.
Wasn't Carl Urban actually a fan? I might forget thinking of something else.
I read the stuff and he actually really liked it. So
I think it's a lot of these things. If you take the two films together, but between them, they've actually got a lot that's good. It's a little bit like it's a little bit like I think in some ways June. If you see the 1984 film, you see the mini series and between them, and then possibly also chuck in some of the new one. You probably get a lot of that out of it. Yes, in fact, it was if I remember right, Dredd was actually made first, but it was delayed, so it came out after the Raid, which I must admit I've never seen. Which is why it got the comparison it did, because Dredd was made first, but it was delayed for some reason. I think
it will. That's what Sci-Fi basically said there.
Yeah,
Carl Urban's basically the Raid. Actually, the Raid was started to film after Judge Dredd, but post-production delayed it, which means the Raid came out first and people thought it was a copy, but it was the Judge Dredd 3D was the first movie to be done. Yes, and Miranda, I see where they're doing that. Yeah, the very first Judge Dredd comic, the first time you saw Dredd, he just had the two shoulder pads. It didn't have the big ego, and the helmet was more of a round to it, so it came out more like a motorbike helmet, so it was sort of curved in rather than straight down or straight out at a slight angle. And yes, they did have the shape. The bits came down more as motor cover, but for that was a very, very short thing. It changed very quickly, and then it became established. I know they were saying they were trying to go back to that, but they were also saying that they wanted to be motorbike stuff because they're on motorbikes would be more. It would work better, which I can understand. But to me, if they were doing that, see when they were doing the bit when they were, if they sending somebody, they could have done a scene which had somebody going into the cursed earth, a judge retiring, and then they could have had the judge in the comic book outfit as their dress uniform. So it would basically there was at least a nod to it. This is their dress uniform. That's where it all comes from, and that's what it looks like. But this is the street uniform. That's the way I would have done that. If they didn't want to do it a comic book style, they could have done it the way they've done it, but have a scene where a judge goes into the cursed earth. He's retiring, and he doesn't want to take a position in the academy. He wants to get into the cursed earth to bring the law to the lawless. And then they could have been dressed in comic book accurate ones, and they could class that as their dress uniform. Because you look at the military, they've got a combat uniform and they've got a dress uniform. They could have done the same with the judges, and it would have. And a lot of comic book fans would have loved it even better. Yes, I loved Dredd. I love Dredd. I've got one or two wee bits, and when I do it in November, when I rebuild my man cave, everything gets stripped out, all the pictures get taken off the wall, and the ones behind me, they're going to be the small shelves. The big shelves are going round, and then I'm going to have my pictures organised above. So I'll have my Judge Dredd stuff down one side, Bruce Campbell down the other, Doctor Who down the third, and stuff like that. So I'm going to have to reorganise it.
I just want to ask, has any of you seen Dredd in the cinema?
Yes, I saw it 7 times in the cinema.
Yeah, but did you watch it in 3D or 2D?
No, I saw it in 3D and it always gave me a headache, but
yeah,
I put it on DVD because it was 2D, but I did watch it in 3D.
I never watched it in the cinema because it was all 3D and you had to go very far away just to watch it in 2.
Yeah, well, I saw it in 3D 7 times. I saw it, and every time I watched it, gave me a headache.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I think you said something. Actually, I'm saying that. I mean, there's supposed to be this Mega City 1 series that's been to years.
Hi, Jacob.
With Carlo. But you said that an interesting alternative. You imagine doing a Cursed Earth, a Judge.
Oh,
I mean that could be a bloody full-on Western.
Do you know what
that could be? Judge Red Shane.
Yeah. Do you know what I suggested when they were talking about? Oh, they would like to do something else, but they couldn't get the funding. I says, then do you know what to do? Do a hot dog run.
Yeah.
A hot dog run is effectively a judge taking cadets out on their second part of their training into the Cursed Earth, and some of them survive, some of them don't, and it's basically a way. And you could do a hot dog run. How much did they need to do to get 6 small judge outfits? One of them, and most of them were white helmets, and 6 bikes. And then they could do things like zombies, they could do cannibals, they could do the Angel Gang, stuff like that. It wouldn't be a big budget, so they wouldn't have all the stuff with the cityscape and all that. They could do it in Death Valley.
Yeah.
Is that a potty time Dalek?
That's what I was going to ask.
It's a little...
It looks like a potty time Dalek.
That's not a real Dalek. That's a Teletubby.
And Grandma, you're right. I want to see Walter the Wobot. I want to see Walter the Wobot in Judge Dredd. If they have judged another movie, which Carol O'Brien says he would like to do something else, I want them to have Walter.
Yeah.
Next century Raid is great. See, the Raid, I quite enjoyed the Raid as well, but I could see where people were comparing the two because, in effect, it was in a city block.
Yeah.
And they were both locked in.
But the Raid got a sequel, I think.
Does it surprise?
Nah.
And see, the thing is with Dredd, see the Sylvester Stallone one, do you know the biggest mistake? Somebody went through comics and thought, oh, I want that. Oh, I want that. Oh, yeah. So they did Block Wars. They did the ABC Warrior. They did The Day Justice Died. They did Rico Dredd. And you're sitting there thinking, they've done about 7 stories, dragged them all into one, and made it a movie that didn't really make sense. So whereas any one of those stories, see, the Block War story would have been absolutely fantastic. You know what I mean? Because that was espionage, so you've got a Russian spy. You've got the Block War, so there's basically the bit where Judge Dredd goes, "I'm with Rowdy Yates." You can just imagine Curler Bain and one of the other judges cramping himself when he turns around. I don't care who you're with, I'm with Rowdy Yates, because it was all a virus that was making people very territorial. And
in which case, I'm with Rowdy Yates. Someone wants to shout out, "Warhide!"
Yeah.
Yes, I got that reference.
I just found that opening scene in Judge Dredd funny, where they're shooting down and he's just standing there, not getting hit.
Yeah.
And then he just comes out with that line about,
I am the law.
Yeah. But he goes about, the bullets will not hit you because you're quite safe.
I just had a Peter Sellers moment when you did that. I am the law.
Oh, that
well,
was
see,
funny as hell.
the Peter Sellers one is
Judge Clouseau. Oh yes.
Yeah. Whereas Judge Dredd was I am the law, but Sylvester Stallone is I am the law.
I am.
Yeah. Yes, that's
I
right.
am the law.
Did you
And
see?
another thing I hated about that movie? Rob Steiger as Fergie.
Yeah.
Fergie was a great character. He was a bit. It was hot. It was basically thick as mince, very loyal, and basically built like a brick shit house in the comic books. And they ruined
Why
it.
couldn't they throw him out the window at the beginning? I don't know.
Yes, I would have.
Did you see? I think it was. Hold on.
Yeah.
As PJ. Oh no. Sorry. This is what happens when I'm watching on YouTube rather than StreamYard. It's confusing. Did you see? I think it was Judge Kraut. Sorry, it was Steve.
Sorry, you cut out. You cut out.
Had Judge Fauci. I am the science.
Aye, that would be fun. They would try that.
No, I think it was Kraut did that.
Do you know how the judges came around? One of the presidents took the law into his own hand, President Booth, and he looks dead like Donald Trump. So people were actually saying Judge Dredd is actually because they were actually saying the January 6th, and this is what was this was what they said in the comic book. Basically, completely different story, but they were actually comparing it to because they did the comic book 40 years ago, and it just so happens to look like Trump now. And it was funny as hell. I was not myself. And you're right. See the Angel Gang without Fink and Ratty. If you definitely need Fergie with a big smelly. It was just the Mean Machine Angel worked in the Stallone movie. Hershey with the Hershey stand worked in the movie, but not everything else worked. Actually, a lot of it didn't work.
I'm waiting to read the Judge Caligula story, especially with the goldfish.
Caligula with fish, Judge Fish.
He made a goldfish a judge.
Well, you know what that's based on, don't you?
Yeah.
You know what? It's Judge Caligula, right?
Yes.
Right. Caligula actually made his horse Incitatus a senator.
Yep. So he did, yes. Because he loved his horse and he got it promoted to senator. So that's why you had Judge Fish.
Which reminds me, someone brought something up on, was it one of the Lotus Eater streams? I'm now about to binge watch I Claudius again. I've got far too much lined up to binge watch. It's not fair.
Yeah.
No.
And the Dark Judges, the Dark Judges are for a movie later on down the line, bringing them in too early. But the Cleggs would work as well. The Dark Judges I love. Judge Death is on my list to get. So yes, but I prefer having stories build up because the Judge Dredd franchise, there's so many good stories. You can actually have multiple movies, and every story would just have it doesn't even always need to be dread. That's the thing, because there's judges. There's cleric judges, there's psych judges like Anderson, and you don't need to have, because in some of the comic books, Judge Dredd was only literally there as he was the one that made and passed it on and got these judges involved, and they were the ones that dealt with it. So they could do that. You don't need to have Carolyn Bain in every single movie. You could have side movies with silly things and set in that city, and it would be great. But yeah, the clerics I would love to see.
I want them to do Brit-City. They're the Brit-City judges.
Oh,
Emerald, the Emerald Isle judges.
Softly, catchy perpy.
Yeah.
And ladies and gents, thanks to joining us in our Judge Dredd stream.
Yeah.
But yes, it's unfortunately, yes. For some reason, I seem to enjoy Judge Dredd. I don't know where that came from suddenly. That's where my name comes from, believe it or not. PJ Maybe. Yes, it's my initials. But PJ Maybe is a villain in Judge Dredd. So yes.
Really? I didn't know that. I'm just not up on Dredd, sadly.
Yeah. Basically, he was a psychotic serial killer who actually
basically PJ Maybe in the Judge Dredd universe is kind of like Elon Musk. Take over everything, conquer everything.
That's so weird.
It just doesn't happen to be that nice.
I'll have you know that's nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort. PJ Maybe, no.
PJ maybe, no. PJ maybe not.
That's exactly. PJ maybe not.
Schrodinger's PJ.
That's exactly it. So here it's here. Believe it or not, it's on Wikipedia, which I don't really like, but it's the only one I could do a reference of. So it is. So
Miranda, I think it was called Emerald City, but I might be confusing that with Wizard of Oz, of course, because Ireland is the Emerald Isle. I think it was Emerald Judges, but I could be wrong.
They were all sitting drinking Guinness. They were all done in green.
Yeah.
But this is
they all judge leprechauns. Yes.
Yeah. That is basically there. It's there. PJ Maybe there. So I'll need to actually increase.
Oh my god! Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah. All right. So PJ Maybe, that's Chopper. Come on, where are you?
Quite a way down because I
must have gone the wrong way.
Dredd is just not one of them I ever caught up with.
Oh, there's so much in it.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's such a huge slice that I would need
Maybe there.
to devote some time to it.
Philip, Janet, Maybe. So I can honestly say my name is not Philip or Janet, right? So there, to get that out of the way.
Damn it, Janet.
Is usually known as PJ Maybe or a variation or various aliases. Is a serial killer who frequently been arrested by Judge Dredd and had almost as frequently escaped arrest. He committed his first murder at age 12 in a story first published in 1987. So basically, I've been reading it for a long time, as you can see. So that was my nickname because it was PJ Maybe. And he committed more murders as a teenager than as an adult. And he often used mind control drugs to force his victims to kill themselves or others. He changed their appearance several times and took the victims' identities. And he actually became the mayor of Mega City at one point. So, yeah, PJ Maybe is a Judge Dredd character. Whoop! That's a wee man. So, all right. It's the wrong button. It's that button I'm trying to stop. Press. See, I'm not working. I'm flagging. Anyway, what I'm going to do is I did a Judge Dredd stream with Rabbi. I want to do another Judge Dredd stream. So, anybody's want to actually come in, drop me a DM in either Discord or in Twitter. And we'll organise a Judge Dredd one. And that way, all the ones that don't want to actually talk Judge Dredd can go, "Whoo, I'm away."
Yeah, I'll definitely be there as an audience, but I don't know enough about Judge Dredd to be fair to it.
Well, I mean, it's been going for what, somewhere around 50 odd years, hasn't it?
40, 42.
I mean, because it's been going since issue 2 of 2000 AD.
Yeah.
And I remember getting issue 1 of 2000 AD.
I missed issue 1, but I did get. I started from issue 2, so I missed issue 1 because, believe it or not, being 12, so it's 45 years. 45 years it's been going. Being 12, I went in and I was looking for it, and the shop near me only had 5, and they all went very, very quickly. So I had to put mine on order.
I remember you used to get those things with kids' comics. Those that certainly, I think because in those days you used to have these things called boys' comics and girls' comics. Because my sister used to get comics like Bunty, and which were girls' comics. You know, you actually had these things.
I was never interested in like girls' comics. I just I liked comics. If it was a good comic, I read it.
The other thing is,
Hector Mickle used to have a good one. He says when he used to go for a comic, it was the Beano, the Bunty, and the Bare Arse Monthly. all on the same shelf. That was before they all got put in the top shelf. It was the Pinot
again,
the Fair monthly.
This is another thing where we're going to potentially run into two nations separated by common language, because comics in the UK are somewhat slightly different to comics in the US. Most, if not all, comics in the US are, each one is one story or plot, but they're all the same character, aren't they? It's always Superman or Batman or whatever. Most comics in the UK are anthologies. You will have half a dozen different stories.
Okay.
So they'll only be sort of maybe 3 or 4 pages long.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of combinations. I mean, I remember, because
basically comics in the UK used to be great.
Yeah,
but we used to have papers like this.
Yeah,
big papers. None of your wee comic books like that type of comic. There's the difference. Look at that. That's the difference between the two. That's the standard comic book, and that was the ones we used to read. Full scrap paper. I was not a big fan of Halo Jones, just so you're aware.
Oh, cool. I'm trying to work out what it was. I mean, the other thing is that what we used to get. I remember you'd get them, and every so often you'd get them. They combined. So I would get things like being a boy, a boy, a toxic boy, toxic. I got things like Warlord.
Yes.
Which was largely, if I remember, it was largely nothing to do with the American comic of the same name, which, if I remember right, was more of a fantasy, a semi, almost Edgar Rice Burroughs fantasy. Warlord was basically war stories comics.
Do you want to see the advert on one of the back of one of these comics?
Those were fun, the ads in the back. Yeah.
I love nicotine. Look at them. Basically, nicotine. Why nicotine is a weed. Cigarettes leave stains on your teeth and make your breath smell, and your clothes stink.
I just shared a link of what I had.
He puffs his pants and puffs in pants like a broken down steam engine. Nicotine is a wreck. If you had X-ray vision like me, you would see the damage cigarettes do to your hearts and lungs. And that was 28th November 1981. Nicotine. That was the way to tell kids don't smoke. Not the usual stuff.
That's on the back of the 2000 AD, is it?
No.
Yep.
I'm impressed.
I just shared an image of the comic book magazines that were quite common for me in Scandinavia in the private chat.
Mad.
I think I know what this is, Jim, and I completely agree.
We're all aware of Mad. We're all aware of Mad.
Yeah, I loved Mad.
I think I got most of those, Graham Roth. Certainly, they all sound vague to me, and I think you get them combined. So because then you'd get you've got other ones, and a lot of them combined, and a lot of them seemed over the years to combine into 2000 AD. You get 2000 AD, then after you get 2000 AD with Warlord, for example, and then after about 6 months, it would just be 2000 AD, and a few of the characters from Warlord would become 2000 AD characters.
Star-Lord as well. They did the same with Star-Lord.
Yeah, Star-Lord.
I love Star-Lord. I've got Star-Lord. I've got Star-Lord album down there somewhere as well. I love Star-Lord. That is where Johnny Alpha came from. Star-Lord.
He was it? Oh yeah.
He was not a 2000 AD original, but it was the same idea. 2000 AD and Star-Lord. 2000 AD
in fact, that may be what I'm thinking of rather than
Star-Lord. 2000 AD.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll catch up with the chat because I think we're a wee behind. But yeah, the Mad magazines, I'd heard of them. I'd never read them, but I was aware of a lot of them. So I was, Jim. So, but that's the type of stuff we all did.
I think it probably
the Irish City. I'm sure it was called something like the Emerald City.
That's another one, and that's a Star Trek reference from '76 with Mad magazine.
Do you know
they did some great parodies. They always did.
I think Judge Dredd, the city. It wasn't the Emerald Isle. It wasn't the Emerald Isle. It was something like that. I can't remember. I'll need to check into that, Miranda, and I'll DM you when I find out. I remember. It is. I've got one of the Brit comics sitting over there, so I'll need to check that one out. The cubes would actually been the cubes all the time, and it wouldn't have been a Juve cubes with me. It's terrible. Yes. See, definitely I need to do a Judge Dredd one again. I missed talking about it. Strontium Dog, loved. Sam Slade was okay. I liked all these wee gadget robots, but my favourite three were Strontium Dog, Rogue Trooper, and Judge Dredd. And that's in reverse order. Judge Dredd is always at the one, Rogue Trooper afterwards, and Strontium Dog.
The interesting thing also is in fact that I think this may have come up before, but the guy that now owns Rebellion Comics, which owns 2000, or at least Judge Dredd, I think they own 2000 AD, is a medieval reenactor, and he's got his own channel, Modern History, and he actually did a video with Lindy Page about Judge Dredd.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
I saw that one. But there's my Johnny Alpha still sealed. I've not even decided to take that one out. That's one of the few, because it's not the same idea as what's in the box. Yes, I could take them out, but at least with the boxes, you just got a wee bit of sellotape off and you can open it and put them back in and close it again. With that, you open it, that's it open, so he's never been opened.
I'd almost be tempted to just see back. I'm pretty certain I know the answer, but who came first, Johnny Alpha or the X-Men? Because Johnny Alpha is Johnny Alpha, Strontium Dogs, the Johnny Alpha storyline universe.
Well, the Johnny Alpha, I think, was mid-80s. Yeah. I think the X-Men were.
I think the X-Men are a lot older.
Yes, they are. I think the X-Men are a lot older, because the original X-Men had Beast, Archangel, Cyclops, and
Jean Grey.
Jean Grey. There was a fifth one. I don't think it was Jubilee, but
no, Jubilee was much later.
I don't think it was a girl. So you had was it Storm? It wasn't Storm.
Might have been. I remember Storm coming in as, I think I've got vague memories of Storm as a child in Nairobi, I think, somewhere in Africa anyway. But I'm not sure if that was a retrospective, a look back story. But yeah, because I must admit, because I'm more. I must admit, I remember the New Mutants from the New Mutants was my favourite. The X Babies, as they were called, and Teen Titans, or the new Teen Titans. I remember when they started in the American ones, but I can't remember because it's going to. As you said, yeah, I mean the X-Men, I think it's probably at least a decade, if not more.
Yeah. They did some great parodies. They were great. Really funny.
Yeah.
There was, do you remember those things you got at the back where you folded them up?
Yes, you knew exactly. They fold them in the set.
They did one. I remember there was a thing on The Simpsons where they did that, and Homer Simpson folded it wrong. I said, I can't remember what the question was, but the question was supposed to be the almighty dollar. The almighty honor. I don't get it. He folded it wrong or something.
Aye. See, Grandmoff, I've seen the Johnny Alpha fan made one, which is really good. And they're currently doing one, and it's got Durham Red in it as well. But I've not seen the Rogue Trooper one.
I'm sure I've seen Rogue Trooper.
And there's also a Judge Minty one as well. Judge Minty, and there's a Johnny Alpha fan-made ones. The Judge Minty is great as a fan-made one, and the Johnny Alpha is absolutely fantastic because he's got Wolf, no Gonk, but he's got Wolf Hammerstein's with him, and it is really good.
Yeah, because I'm sure I've seen the Rogue Trooper one. I think I've seen. I said, well, I'm pretty certain I've seen, I've seen, as in they've come up in my feed, and I said, oh, that looks interesting. The judgmental videos on YouTube, but I don't think about. Oh, quite shorts of both Road Trooper and Johnny Alpha. But they were certainly well worth. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
But,
see, the thing is as well, I was seeing that one. I've never actually, believe it or not, read Eerie. Creepy I've seen, but I've never read it.
Oh, I loved those. Absolutely loved those.
So
they were
Creepy.
Again, they were like my probably was some of the first comic books I ever read were horror comics. So
I vaguely remember because chasing up from when the Moon Knight series came out, which I never watched. I think I've seen it, but I definitely remember the Werewolf by Night comics. And I've actually managed to get a hold of a load of those as downloads.
The other one I liked was Vampirella. Those were really good.
Don't think I ever noticed that one, but I got
Vampirella. Yes, I was aware of Vampirella.
I'm aware of, but I don't think I ever read or was for some odd reason. But I remember Tales from the Crypt, because what we used to get is when I was a kid, you used to get, and unfortunately, we certainly in my experience, you go into the a number of news agents, and you might find a few American DC or Marvel comics.
Yeah,
and that was it. And you couldn't even guarantee it being the same one next week or anything like that, or next month. So you picked a few of them up. So like I remember picking one up where Superman very definitely was killed, died. It wasn't Doomsday, it was another one, because I remember him being killed and he died, and his organs were donated, and I never ever found the next part of that story to find out how they brought it back. And then when I was in my late teens, early 20s, working at the airport, there was a chap I got to know who had my first experience of a comic shop in Feltham, and that's when I actually managed to get. I actually had subs to them. But what it used to be is the case, you go into one shop, you go into another shop that down the road, and they might have something different, And I remember, I think I got a load School Fate when I was again. So that would have been when I was, I mean, if it would have been me or my sister, so I would have been maximum of 14 at the time, because Tim would have been 11, so that might have been her last year, unless we're going to the School Fate after we'd left. But certainly, again, like. So I remember getting a few Supergirl comics, for example, from that one.
See, I never read any American comics growing up. It was basically things like Battle.
Mm-hmm.
I never read Valiant, but Victor, Battle, the Commando, Starblazer. But
yes.
I learned to read. I was terrible. I was a very slow reader, and I learned to reading comics. It was literally the Beano and stuff like that, because I would look at the pictures when I was really young, and it was basically a case of I wanted to know more of the story, so I learned to read, so I could actually pick up this story of this one with all the pictures, which were great. 4 or 5 sitting with these comics, no reading them because I couldn't read, but I learned because I wanted to read what these comics said. But it was the Bash Street Kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Dennis and Menace, Minnie the Minx, and that's what I grew up with, reading Angus Ogden on the comic strips and the Sunday papers and stuff like that. Used to love all that.
Well, I mean, I did, because I remember I was more of a DC than Marvel. I mean, read Marvel comics, but I mean, I remember probably my favourite was Superboy, especially in a massively great long run with Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes.
Yeah, and I preferred Super when you had Crypto as well.
Yeah.
My nephew's, do you know his dog? He called his dog Crypto. So he did. he's got a dog, an English bulldog, and he's called it Crypto.
Do you remember the Legion of
Superheroes? When it's sleeping, it sleeps with its legs sprayed out. It looks like it's flying. One of these days, I'm tempted to put a cape on it just to take a picture.
do you remember they even had a Legion of Super Pets? Because I've got this.
God,
I've got this picture in my mind, and it's Crypto. There's a ginger cat. There's a horse. They've all got capes on, and and I think it's a chimpanzee or an ape or some sort of monkey.
Which one of them? No, they did the same in American ones. So
these are American comics.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, basically, you had the dog. It was like Scooby Doo. It had the D on its collar. I can't remember what that one referred to. And you had a squirrel, stuff like that. But and Miranda, you are right. Nowadays, 2000 AD is nowhere near as good as it used to be. I stopped reading it because it just got silly. Well, the stories just didn't seem to go anywhere, or else they basically, it was almost like a rehash of a really good story, which they basically just updated the language. And you don't want to update the language of something that's meant to be in the future.
Well,
silly. Do you know who was my favourite in 2000 AD for a while, and they killed it? Harlem Heroes.
Yes,
I love Harlem Heroes.
I have never been into.
And there you go.
Harlem Heroes, yes.
Toxic white males. The Harlem Heroes were all black characters, and they were the best thing in the 2000 AD for years, and they cancelled it. I love Judge Giant. His father was one of the Harlem Heroes.
Yeah,
so he was. They tied it together.
Just think. Quidditch with jetpacks rather than, in fact, I was going to say they're obviously based on the Harlem Globetrotters. But
they were, and it was based on Death Race 2000, but it were jetpacks, so they would smash people's faces in and stuff.
I was going to say basketball with jetpacks, but thinking about it, Quidditch is a much closer.
Yeah, they had to basically. You think about. Remember rollerball or rollerball? It was rollerball. So instead of on skates smashing people's faces in, imagine it on jetpacks.
Yeah.
And you had to throw the ball into one of the hoops. That's why Quidditch. And you basically their outfits had spikes and everything on them, so they would fly up and smash people in the face, or smash their jetpack out, and they would spin off and crash into the wall and stuff like that. Oh, he's just killed another one. That was the commentator.
Oh dear God! Please, Elon Musk, by someone that can make a Harlem Heroes TV series.
Oh, that would be fantastic. That would be amazing.
Oh, just watch heads explode.
Because these guys were toxic masculine guys who just basically just wanted to beat up everybody. But I definitely loved it. They did a couple of crossovers with Judge Dredd because it was in the Judge Dredd world.
Yeah.
And that's why Judge Giant was one of the Harlem Globetrotters' sons.
Wasn't the original Giant was his father also called Giant?
Yep.
I remember right. I mean, it's an extremely long time.
It was, but Giant was just, and he also arrested him. Judge Giant arrested his father.
Did he? Oh yes,
because they were committing crimes because there was too many people actually causing havoc with the old folk in the area, so they started taking the law into their own hands, or they technically knew who did it. So Judge Giant was sent, and it was a case of, you need to tell me who it is because we know you've got 25 years and I'll add a year for every second you don't tell me. 26, 27, 28. And he goes, okay. It was so-and-so. And it was Judge Giant's. It was his final test. See, and the Dread one with Anderson was doing her final test. This was his. And the chief judge says, is he a pass? He says, he gave his mum and dad 29 years. Yep, he's a pass. He got passed because he took the law above his family. So they went, yep, no problem. But here's some of the comics. But yeah,
I'm just trying to see if I can see any that actually worth.
They merged Captain. We know what she meant. Quiet, you boy. This is not a time and a place for that type of thing. I know it was a corny joke. Come on. I dislike Slain immensely. I could not get into Slain, and I could not get into Warlock or Nemesis. I couldn't get into that.
That was weird. Warlock then Nemesis was a very, very weird thing.
It was very weird. I didn't like it, but that was the Harlem Heroes. That was a great picture, that one. So
yeah, just because it wasn't that.
So that's the Harlem Heroes. You had other teams that dress like knights and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was exactly about to do. Let's see is that sharing or
I'm sharing. It's sharing. I can see what you're. That's
okay. Hold on. What I'm doing because I've actually opened that up. So if I share that it's a problem that you open into another window and.
But Grandma, I did not like Slain. I loved the ABC Warriors.
No.
So I did.
That one?
With Hammerstein. I loved Hammerstein and Rojos.
Yeah. Of course, as everybody knows.
That's disappeared. We never shared.
Yeah, no, sorry, yeah, I was on Robo Thunderbirds. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's basically
Robusters was Thunderbirds.
Robusters is basically robot.
ABC Warriors was there you go, that should be it. Is that showing? Yeah. That's always got to be Germany's Teutonic Titans, yes.
Yeah, and then you can see the ones in the background. It looks like a Spaniard with he's got hat on and he's
Matador,
stuff like that. Matador. So that's the type of things that did. And yes, I know, ladies and gents, boys and girls, ladies and gents in the chat, in the panel, we are stuck in Judge Dredd at the moment. 2018. Can't help ourselves.
Well, like I said, it's been going for 50 or 45 flipping years. I mean,
Grand Moff, did I know? I said Beast, Archangel, Cyclops. Who was the other two, Colin?
Iceman. Iceman.
It could have been Iceman. Who was the one you had mentioned?
Jean Grey.
And it might have been Iceman. I don't know. But it's been a long time since I think but Beast was definitely one of the first. Banshee could have been. And High Captain. Have I skipped? Or is that? I mean, see the horror comics. Did I show you this one? Problem is, I've got so many down here. I just can't remember. I picked this one up fairly recently. It was
Doorbell.
Somebody walked past the house.
Attack dogs.
I'm just actually trying to find that one. Oh, that's the one. I mentioned that the last time, didn't I? When Dick Turpin and the Vengeful Spirit.
Excuse me. Sorry, you've got to rename him. It's Richard Turpin now because Dick
No. It's because some nutcase actually thinks we actually listen to him. Dick Turpin and the Vengeful Spirit. It's a Time Bomb comics. That
like it's not a Carry On version.
Yes.
Carry On, Richard. Yes.
Yeah.
See, I've still got the. Oh, anybody seen this one?
Scooby Apocalypse. No.
Oh, that looks good.
Basically.
Never heard of that.
I'm trying to remember if we had our own versions of the horror comics or if they're only the American ones. I think we had English versions of them. Because I'm pretty certain at one point we had certainly Marvel had a Marvel UK.
Holy cow! I've never ever seen that.
Look at Scooby; he's a cyborg. It's basically it's set in the future. And
that's trippy.
Look at Shaggy.
Oh my god! Shaggy's a hipster.
He's a hipster.
Looks like Oliver Queen.
That's it. Yeah.
Just missing the bow and arrow.
Yes, I know.
That's true.
There's also Judge Dredd Origins as well.
That's a cool cover.
I love that. That's one of my favourite.
Someone's got to build that motorcycle.
I definitely want it. Actually, see, look, that is the outfit that is mentioned. Grand Moff was mentioning. See how it's used the 2 shoulder pads?
Oh, yeah.
So it's that type of thing they were actually
almost
talking
riot
about.
police rather than.
Yes, that's exactly, because this is Origins. So I'm actually looking to see if there's there should be what I think there's a picture of President Booth, who was, because they're telling the story about Booth actually destroying, and they're actually arresting him. The judges come up and arrest him because
I've read that. I'm sure I've read that. I think I've got a lot of my data I found a while ago as PDFs from somewhere.
Yeah, I can't find it. It's basically, but in effect, they arrest him because he did it, and the judges take power from him because of the damage he did to the world. So that's basically its Booth. But I've even got some of the old stuff. I mean, Crime Files. But
it's cool.
Did I show you? I told you about the Dark trilogy stuff my daughter gets.
I'm just leaving the studio, guys. I'm just running the test for a minute.
No problem.
Okay.
Right.
Won't be long.
My daughter gets the Dark trilogy stuff when I get the light one. So it's Twisted Light. She gets Twisted Dark. The guy who wrote that, Neil Gibson, basically every time I went up to him at his stall in the Comic-Con each year, he'd released a new book. So my daughter would buy it and he would say to me, you know, I says, no, I don't like dark stuff because the Twisted Dark stuff just didn't appeal to me. And I went up and he goes, there you go. He did one Twisted Light. And he says, because I wasn't the only one that actually suggested it. And this is all white tails. Still a wee bit weird, but the tails are not dark. And I got that one. How about that one? Yeah. Doctor, what the times and relative dimensions in suit. That is, as you can imagine, this is weird.
Yeah.
And do you know, I picked that up at the Comic-Con last year.
Wow.
That is not the small Star Blazers like the Commando. It's double the size, double the thickness. It's basically they reprinted 3 of the stories, or 2 of the stories in this, and it's twice the size. All they did was they literally redrew them all, so it wasn't even just increased size. They actually redrew the whole thing.
Wow.
So
was it 2000 AD that did an updated version of Dan Dare?
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Because I remember it. I couldn't remember if it was 2000 AD or not.
I think it was. Oh God! Now you're asking. I don't know, but that's the nearest I've got to horror comics. When was that Dick Turpin and the Vengeful Spirit?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I've got my Ash v the Evil Dead, which I had to tell Roman and Friday on the Fathers that I've still not opened it and read it yet. I've not had time, so I'll not be able to get. I'm going away. I'm taking it with me on Saturday when I'm away this weekend. So no show next weekend, ladies and gents. So let's get these back, and there you go. But no, I've not read any of those, but I'll need to get a couple more because I do like the horror stuff. Because I've got that Ash v the Evil Dead, and I've got all my classic horror stuff.
Oh, talking of horror, I was watching someone's reviews of the upcoming Ironheart show.
Oh God, I saw the reviews of that. That looks absolutely. See, man, that my favourite was always Hammerstein because he transferred from Roadbusters to ABC Warriors, or technically that was his early career. But the stories obviously of ABC
was the ABC Warriors then Roadbusters?
No, the Roadbusters was out first, and then when they did the ABC Warriors, it was set prior.
I was going to say, yeah, right, yeah. I was going to say, I thought they were ABC Warriors, and then they were decommissioned to become one. Because
it starts off with Rojaws, who was a sanitary droid, and an ex-military droid who everybody took the mickey of. It was like an old sergeant in imagine an old sergeant in a company that didn't respect any authority. So he was going, come on, you lot, get in there. And they're going, shut up. So that's when it started, was him being the fish out of water because he was the ex-military.
Because it was the one they had. There was one of them, I think, that was in ABC Warriors that didn't make it to Rojaws. Was the humanoid one, the officer with the officer's cap?
Joe Pineapple.
Was it Joe Pineapple?
Well, you had Joe Pineapple, but see, none of them. The only one from ABC Warriors was Hammerstein.
Was it? I thought the other
No, the ABC Warriors was set earlier because
Rojaws
was basically Maximilian, whatever his name is, the guy who owned it. He basically bought all the droids, so hence the reason why you had a sanitary droid. You had a road building droid.
Yeah, I was going to say, that really big one, didn't you? The dumb one.
Yes. Then you had Megaquake, so who would basically he was a destroyer droid that would basically destroy all the other old droids, and that's what his was. He was a grinder, so he would just take the other droids and grind them up. So there was all different ones, and then they went and did the ABC Warriors, and it was Hammerstein in it. I know it's terrible, but we need to go to a different subject so everybody can get in. So, what have you been watching?
I've been watching horror movies. Big surprise.
What ones? Anything fun?
Yeah. I made a list.
Did you check it twice?
Oh no, a list.
I made a list.
Now we're in trouble.
I've been busy. I watched, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this week at different times during the week. One of them, ironically enough, was called Nosferatu.com. It was a French film. So you have to switch the subtitles on for it, unless, of course, you speak French. But it was... these are all in the sort of found footage genre, which I absolutely love. And even though it's been done a lot, I still love it. They haven't worn me out with it yet. So this was about a bunch of guys that have they're I think they're researching the disappearance of a person in this this old building, and then it sort of obviously progresses from there, and it gets a little bit out of hand, and then of course you get the big reveal of what's going on. It was about a 5 out of 10, I would say. It entertained me. It was good. I was sort of watching it all the way through. I didn't lose interest in it, so that was good. Then I watched one called The Hunted, which came out in about 2014, and that was a couple of guys who go into the woods. One of them is he wants his own hunting show, so he decides to try to film his own pilot, and they go into the woods, and something ends up coming after them, which is that was pretty cool. I enjoyed that.
Really good. I like that sound of that one.
Yeah, it's really good. It came out in 2014. It has an alternate title, which I can't think of off the top of my head, but if you IMDb it might come up. Exhibit A was another one I watched, which was that was really trippy. It was a horror, but it was more like a crime horror, and that was a really difficult watch, but it was actually really, really compelling. And I actually really enjoyed that. Quite dark, though. Very dark. I ended up watching The Conjuring 2 about the Enfield case, which I hadn't seen yet, amazingly, because I love The Conjuring. I loved the first Conjuring film, and I love anything about, you know, demonic possession and that whole genre. So that was really good. I enjoyed that. And then the one I watched today was called Straight from Hell, which was all right. I was about a 5 out of 10 probably for me. It was like these guys, these group of friends, they fool around with EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, and they end up basically raising a demon. And that it's more like a psychological thriller, that one. But that was really good. I did enjoy that. And yeah, that was about it for me for movies watched. Then we're watching Supernatural. We're on near the tail end of season 2, I think, on Supernatural, which is amazing. And I already knew it was going to be amazing, but we're finally getting around to watching that. And then we're finishing up going through the latest Peter Davison Blu-ray set that came out. Yeah, that's keeping us busy.
It sounds actually cool, I must admit. But
yeah, it's good.
Excellent. I've not been watching movies. I've been watching TV shows. I've been catching up with The Curse of Oak Island season 9. It's the same. We know fine well they're never going to find the treasure, but I still enjoy watching it because
it can still be a good story.
Yeah, it's just that you see them just clutching at straws, unfortunately. Oh, wait, we found a button. It must be British. British were here 200 years before everybody else. You're sitting there thinking, no, you found a button. Did somebody drop it? It might have been somebody's... it might have been a ship stopped and it had nothing to do with your treasure, but you don't know, and it's that type of thing. It's just they're seeing something and then suddenly, oh, this is a ship. It's a plank of wood. You assume the design of it could be a part of a ship, and then suddenly you've got a ship bullock there. It's that sometimes they feel as if they're clutching at straws, but I still enjoy it, so I still watch it because I want to see what they do next, how much money they're throwing away to try and find something that if they found it, they're not going to reveal it in the TV show because it would be all over the newspapers before the TV show hits the screens. Treasure from Oak Island found after 200 years of searching. That would be everywhere. Yeah, you wouldn't actually get it revealed on the TV show, but I still watch it. And I was actually just typing this up. Grand Moff, I used to have about 3 armies. I had the Imperial Guard, I had Chaos Marines, and I had Space Marines. But Warhammer was my thing. I had about 7 armies, and my Bretonian army was over 2,000 troops, and it was, and they were all painted. I had Orcs and Goblins. I had Chaos, and
that sounds awesome.
I had to sell them all.
I actually sent one of my reenactment friends a link to a video of a guy painting Bretonians because one of the ones he'd painted was based on the real life character. My mate actually
reenacts
this guy's painting Bretonian in the character in the same stuff that Gavin actually plays. His actual character. So
my Bretonian knights, I had 125 knights painted, and no 2 had the same colour.
I mean, if you want to be technical about it, they wouldn't. The only people that would have had the same colour would have been if they were in the same retinue. Would have been the knight and his squires.
His guard.
His squires, and possibly if he had men at arms as well in his retinue. But the individual knights would have had separate ones, and I could go on for ages about that and about how it cost, it actually cost someone, quite literally cost someone their life because they were too eager to actually wait for their own coat of arms to turn up at Poitiers, I think. But I mean, I also do that, but I was never. I mean,
you cut out.
I said, I mean, I was never. Okay. really need a computer that actually. Maybe I should be doing it on some laptop. That actually stays online. That's why I do Lotus Eaters on the laptop. No, I used to be a military model weaponry, so I mean I had, for example, Warhat 40k tanks, but they were probably about twice the actual points value because they had things like coaxially mounted M42 machine guns along the barrel, and they had them machine, the sort of things that real tanks have. But I mean, my favourite of all of them, I must admit, was Warhammer, because it was the Skaven.
Oh no, I had that was
if I had an army, I would have done the Skaven.
I didn't have a Skaven army. I had an undead army, an orc and goblin army, a chaos beastman army, a chaos warrior army, which you could mix and match. And I had a big Bretonian army. I had a small Empire army, and I had a big dwarf army as well.
I have my own Space Marines chapter, which was basically the Dark Angels, but with the.
I had the Imperial Guard. I had the Imperial Guard with the pith helmets on, and I had them all painted up in red and white, with white pith helmets.
I've got. Let me think.
See, even the Imperial Guard walkers were effectively they were ATS. The two. I mean, I actually cut the heads off them and glued the Imperial Guards one with the helmet on.
If I actually had a camera, I could now be pointing it at my display cases of. I mean, I've got my display case. I've got things like I've got figures from Space Hulk.
Yes,
the board game. I've got some Imperial Guard, and a lot of my figures are, for example, are actually, I'm really certain, Colonial Marines from an Aliens figure
that caught
set.
my attention.
Including one of them who's got a he's kneeling and he's operating a some sort of computer, and there's a nice little radio dish next to him.
Yeah,
cool. So a lot of these figures that are from other things than.
Yeah.
But I tell you, if you want to go really get into watching, I don't know. I know you said you watch a few of those channels, Miranda. I don't know if you watch Midwinter Minis, but Guy is making a. He is gradually making a Mars Warlord Titan, which is, I think it's costing £1,500.
Is that the one he's trying to create? Basically, he's got the epic size, which stands at that height, and he's basically trying to build it in scale based on the standard Warhammer Space Marines.
No, that's someone else who's doing that. I was going to say who's doing that. What Guy's done, he actually bought it from Forge World, and it is literally, I think he said it cost him £1,500 because he bought it. It's resin, and he didn't realise that he'd forgotten that he hadn't actually bought that, so he had to spend an extra £300 or something just on the head. And what both, I can't remember who it is that's doing that scratch build, but I have seen him. But
I can't remember either. Jim, what chapter was that?
What both of them are doing, they're going to actually put all their Patreon subscribers' names on the model as well.
I saw the one they were building it, and it was going to be 6 foot tall based on the size the model's meant to be in comparison to the standard figures.
And as he said, he'll never get to use it on a field, but what he said he's going to do, he's going to make it modular so he can actually use parts of it as a wargaming table, so we can literally play 40k or Necromunda.
Necromunda, I love
a Warlord Titan.
I used to have an Orlok army and it was the big guys, the Goliath. I used to have both of those armies. I loved those. Orloks was my
I never really got internet
or my gang, should I say. I loved it. I thought I still had the modular building outfit for it, for all the terrain. I have got it somewhere, but it could be in a box somewhere. That's the problem. What I keep on meaning to get out.
What I wish I could afford, if I don't know if I could afford it or not, but it might even get me to go back into painting. They recently did he's back.
You can hear your fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found out the problem.
Your fan.
I found out the problem with the computer. Why the mic's not working? My USB ports, which I connect into, they're going at the door, as in they're not working properly. So I've had to reconnect.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I'm glad I've ordered that new PC. That's what I can say.
Yeah.
But Jim, what was that chapter you had? Jim.
Well, you're being eager here, but it's basically the starter chapter. So I went down to the local Warhammer workshops that we have here.
Yeah.
And
is GW still there?
Oh, it's still around, but it's no.
No, I know it's still around. I mean, another one. I think another one Jim means.
Yeah, they actually have a proper Warhammer workshop where every Tuesday evening there's like painting and like tutorials. You can just drop in and they will show you how to do stuff and everything.
Is that the one? Is it still opposite the church?
Because
if it's where I think
it's opposite is left. Right. There is a church to the left, slightly behind of it. Yeah. But yeah, it is a church there. Yeah.
If it's the one I think it is, I actually that's where I first got. I used to go down there to do modern. I was doing some games and that I went from there. That was my life feed into role playing and the rest of it, because I used to do a lot of role playing with some friends I had in that location. He says, try to the. Not
no. It is, I think it's definitely the spot, because I would not imagine there is literally another Warhammer shop that attached to the church ground.
No, and that's I don't know. They might have moved it. I don't know, but I'm just saying no.
No, but yeah, that's where I got it from, and I thought, okay, let's get started with this. But I'm working on getting a proper desktop set up so I can actually showcase and like use my GoPro cam and film when I'm doing stuff. So building, painting, all of that stuff.
That'll be great, Jim.
If it weren't for that, I've seen how much it costs. I'd love to actually get back into. I've still got loads of models to actually boxes of stuff. I've never touched.
Jim.
Anyway,
Jim, like your pirate ship, this time paint them on your channel. Chat as you're painting them. Talk about them as you're painting them and building them.
It's part of the plan. I just need to get discipline. And unfortunately, I don't have DVDs for this evening, but I do have an addition to a previous collection that I got. That's literally my pickup for the week.
Yeah, well, do you want to do this? What we'll do this is...
Yes, speaking
of headphones.
Pick of the week.
Sorry, guys, I just jumped in ahead and you two were in the middle of speaking there.
Well, I was going to say... Speaking of pick of the week, Jim, your T-shirt will be with you in 3 weeks' time or 4 weeks' time, hopefully.
And when those videos are great. I got the Danny John Jules one to me.
Yes, I remember you saying. Yeah, I know they are. They're wonderful. They're wonderful.
They are. They're
it was just such a lovely surprise.
Well done, Darren.
Yes, that was so cool. We love their channel. They're so much fun. They do. They go to all the different Hollywood theme parks. They get special tours. They specialize more in like horror, Halloween themed stuff. And he does all sorts of different videos. He does filming location videos. He does grave sites. He goes to different grave sites.
You sent us a link, didn't you? And that was the one when they were doing the Halloween special one.
Yeah. They've just got such a great selection of videos, and they've been doing it for a while, and they're just really nice. They're just lovely people.
Mm-hmm. I've watched a few of them. I like the fact that they're going, yes, we're going to do it. You're not allowed to touch them. You're not allowed to do this. You're not. Basically, you can hear the disappointment in their voices. I was wanting. Yeah, you're not allowed to. You can just view them through the glass.
Oh, I know. There are people. There really are people. They would have the same reaction. It's like, what do you mean I can't interact with it?
Yes, I know. I remember watching it, and I was sitting there thinking, I can understand why you're going. What? It's something like a seat, but you're not allowed to sit in it to get a picture taken. You can stand next to it in a glass case, which means you'll get a reflection and stuff like that. Somebody's not thought it through for the pictures, and it's funny to see them go, I wanted to do that. But yeah, I do like those videos. They were fun. Yeah, I remember you saying those ones. But that's ideal. It's nice that they did the video for you as well.
Yeah, it was lovely. It was such a wonderful surprise.
Yeah. Well done, that man. So
yeah,
I'll start off the pick of the week.
Yes, okay.
For those of you that remember, I did get this really lovely tin.
Oh, I remember. Yes.
Yeah.
With really nice lids.
Have you sampled it yet?
No, I have not, because this is a collectible edition. So I'm kind of like, should I really actually be drinking it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's what you buy it for. That's like turning around saying, don't take your toys out of the box. There's another one.
Ooh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Nipper.
It is the same thing. It's beveled and absolutely everything. It's just gorgeous as a tin. And I would say if you have a friend that is a fan of Star Wars, I don't care if it's the new or the old one, definitely go for it.
Jim, you can't post them because they'll miss.
Isn't
that part of the alcohol? Yeah, you drink it.
Maybe that's why they miss all the time.
I think it's Stormtrooper beer that Dean Gobby guy. I know he's sponsored by, but he has them up on his stream quite a bit. I think it's Stormtrooper beer.
I'll need to actually do cool. I'll need to actually do that. Not so much Stormtrooper beer.
I'm sorry if Iron Brew was served this well. that now definitely go in.
You saw the bottle. To me, that looks just as good. No,
unfortunately, that's all I have for this week. I spend most of the time either working or just trying to watch some TV shows on Netflix and Amazon.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I know because I've been working. It's basically standard work, but it's around the house. I've had things on and it's been busy. And it's going to be fun because I'm away next weekend. So,
yeah. But I do have additional stuff coming for this collection. So at the moment, I have these two.
Super.
But there will be coasters, there will be drinking glasses, there will be smaller bottles, cans and everything coming. But that might be 4 or 5 weeks away from now.
I'm still waiting on something special coming up. And I don't know when it's going to happen. So I'm still going, but I'm not saying what it is. I've got a few things, I must admit. But anybody else?
I'll go.
Yep.
If that's okay, yep.
Hold on.
I had... there I am. Thanks to Darren, I had some lovely little... birthday birthday gifts, and I have
Ecto
One.
Ecto One, superb. Super
Yep.
duper. Oh, do you know what I saw today? I was going to pick up, but I didn't. Playmobil Ghostbusters. 4 of them.
Oh, that
Four
sounds
of them.
fun.
£20 for the 4 of them in A1 toys and comics. And just when you said that, it reminded me of them.
Yeah.
But that is so cool. I still have to get an Ecto One from my collection. It's on my list, but I've not come across one that actually, because I like searching charity shops and stuff like that. I find it.
I know.
Ecto One. That's the that's.
This is like it's die cast, so it's a nice solid.
Yeah, that just looks cool. So it does.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing.
Picked up a couple of DVDs. These were birthday presents as well. It's things that amazingly we didn't have in our collection yet, but this is one of my absolute all-time favorite horror movies, by John Carpenter, and it is
The Thing.
The Fog.
The Fog.
I remember you telling us it was one of your favourites. I don't know why I actually didn't get that one.
Yeah, it's a fantastic film.
I remember it's really nice capture there.
I had remember that a while back, and it was you were saying it was one of your favourites. Because I did say the same when you said John Carpenter's horror, and I went, The Thing. And you...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I love The Thing as well. We have that one.
Yeah.
This is another one. Darren hadn't actually seen this yet, but we have watched it together now. And I've seen this film quite a few times. And it's another John Carpenter favorite. And it is Big Trouble in Little China.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think you mean Darren hadn't seen that?
No.
But the Big Trouble in Little China is what the Friday Night Tights cruise is using.
Yeah, has he been living under a rock? How could he?
And I know, right?
Well,
the villain character in this, the Grim Life Collective YouTube channel, they were at a con somewhere, and they actually met the actor that plays him, and he was in full costume.
Oh, super!
When they met him. And it's worth looking up on their channel. It's so great. It's so cool to watch. So if you're a fan of this film, definitely check out Grim Life's channel.
He's been in so many other things.
Yeah, he has. He's a really well. And this is the really, really, really special one. And I know you're gonna love this, PJ. I think you might. I don't know if you have this yet. You might have this already, but it is.
Creature from the Black Lagoon. Which one is this one? What year is it from?
It is 54. It's actually 3 films. Creature from the Black Lagoon, 1954, Revenge of the Creature, 1955, and The Creature Walks Among Us.
I don't have the middle one, but I've got them all. I've got the 2 of them in DVD. But I knew it was 54 because you know me with my come on, Stan, don't fall. Oh, because you know me, I do like my Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh yeah,
I
know. It was my first. It was probably my favorite classic movie monster when I first saw it. So it was one that really captured me because when I was growing up, we had fish tanks all through the house because my parents used to breed marble angelfish. And so from a very young age, I was always surrounded by fish tanks, freshwater, saltwater. So there was something about the creature and the way that he breathed, the way they did it, even back then, was so realistic. It was so good that I absolutely fell in love with him. So I'm really pleased with those. That's all I've got now for this week. But
I can appreciate that because when I was growing up, the whole side, there was one unit and it was all fish tanks. My sister my young brother got into trouble because he woke up in the middle of the night. Obviously my mum and dad didn't know, he was about 5 at the time, and he goes, got a net and goes it makes all the fish. So all the kissing Grammys get eaten by basically, and he just the angelfish he had a big Oscar. And
oh no!
Basically, he'd left the lid open, so it jumped out. So my dad came in. His fish were all mixed. Half of them were eaten by
Carnage.
and some he'd left the lids open. My brother couldn't sit down for a week.
I'm guessing, yeah. I think I would have been the same.
I can appreciate that, but see, the thing is, I never got. My dad used to put the stuff he used to put in, because my dad was a monumental mason and I was a monumental mason. Our family was monumental mason. He used to make wee headstones and put them in. So he did.
Oh.
So he actually had, because my dad was an engraver as well, so he was a mason, so he could actually. So he would just cut the wee headstones, and then he would just put names on them.
Oh, that's cool.
And he would put them in that thing. So it was really fun because he used to actually just make them himself.
But and I just remembered actually talking about the fish tanks. I think too, my dad used to love getting he had little divers, like the bubble divers, that were like the aerators, and they would move under the water. And he actually had a creature from the Black Lagoon one in one of the tanks. And again, that's another reason why I think that one really imprinted on me.
See, I would have loved that growing up with the tanks with that in it. But no, just because we grew up and it was headstones, I would go down to my granddad's, the yard, and we would help out. So that's when my dad used to make them. But I would have preferred to have a creature from the Black Lagoon in mine. I never did.
Yeah, that one, I just love that one.
Yeah. Anyway, I've got 2 picks of the week because they fell on my head on Thursday.
Let's see.
Okay, hold on a sec.
Wendy, I don't know if you've got this one because I will be sending it to you at some point.
Oh.
The comic.
Oh my God.
I was rummaging through my cupboards looking for a certain attachment for my telescope.
Oh my God, yes.
This fell on my head. So Wendy, if you give me your address, I'll get this straight to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's the only copy I've got. No problem.
That's awesome.
That is really nice.
Because that came down with this.
Oh, cool.
Dragon Ball.
I'm surprised I still had it. It's just when you're rummaging through the cupboard for things.
Oh, that's so awesome, Alex. Thank you.
Well,
yeah.
You can have the Predator comic, but I'm afraid you can't have the Dragon Ball comic.
No, I'm not a Dragon Ball. I'm just so excited about that Predator comic. That's so cool. I never really got into Dragon Ball. I don't know that much about it.
Can I just say, Grandma, see White Dwarf? I used to love White Dwarf, and I think that dropped off a shelf when they changed their gaming system because it became all about selling you stuff rather than doing battle reports and stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
I think it was somewhere about issue somewhere before. I think somewhere before it reached issue 100.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it actually went on to being
nice artwork.
Miniatures. Because I remember, for example, I've got behind me I've got some old ones where you've got the same scenario, same RPG scenario, the Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yes.
Rune Quest,
Dragon stuff and at the moment I have. Do you know what I still have? I know we're actually interrupting Alex. I've still got all my Dungeons and Dragons stuff over there. I've got a load of Orc from Fantasy, and I've got my Blood Bowl down there. So basically all there. Sorry.
Oh, it's fine. That's all I've got. It's just when you're just rummaging through the cupboard and you're being and then next thing you know,
Roman kept saying that to me. He says every time I turned around to drag something out, I'd bring out something else that I didn't expect. Yeah, I do appreciate that because I still do that. I go into a box and go, "Oh, is that what that was?"
The thing is, I was stargazing the other night because it was a supermoon, and I had to look for this attachment to attach to the tripod to the telescope, and I was just digging through the cupboard trying to look for it, and I moved something, and down they came.
Superb.
That's funny how that happens sometimes. You just forget you have stuff.
Definitely.
But Wendy, I will post this Monday for you.
Yeah. So
thank you.
Colin,
Thank
you
so
got
much.
anything, or else is it bump? You want to bounce it to me?
Colin, come on.
I don't
Colin.
do what we really. I'm thinking more and more what we really ought to try and do. See if we can arrange at some point. See if we can get enough people together interested. See if we can actually sort out something where we can do an online RPG of some sort.
I would love to do that.
There's plenty of these.
I would love to do that because I've not played Dungeons and Dragons for over 2 years since the lockdown started. There,
when I was saying,
it all stopped. We had originally started doing it over Zoom, and eventually it just quit because it wasn't the same. But I was enjoying it because I still love doing it. I still love playing it.
I always wanted to learn how to play that. I never could. I never had any friends who played it. So
I had so many of those as a kid. I only ended up, but not substantial because I said the original Traveller. The only game that I know where you can regularly die in character creation.
Yeah,
which always struck me as being pointless. But the small version, I've actually, along with binge watching Monk and Death in Paradise, I've recently also got into watching a few channels where they actually stream games.
Yes,
and
I watch. I used to watch Critical Role, but that got boring because they became too.
I watched a couple of videos on Critical Role and what it was all about.
Yeah, but they got too emotional. The characters were having these scenes. And you're thinking, I want you to watch. I want to see you rolling dice and killing it. We don't care if you're two characters in love with each other and feel. Bug off. That's just all.
Just want killing and killing and maiming.
Yes, I recently discovered. Damn it! I forgot. I immediately forgotten what it was called. The Glass Cannon. And I just started watching because they do what a lot of people don't do. They actually also stream their character creation things, so you can see how the character creation system works as well. So I just start, but the thing is, they've got such a load of back stuff to what and as Oxventure do that as well. They did some D&D. And they're doing a modern one. There's so many of them out.
There's a load out there. There's a load of good games. See, that's the books I'm at the moment as well. As I said, I've mentioned Dungeon Crawler Carol.
Yeah,
it's about the world's been destroyed and the people who survived have gone into this alien dungeon. And it's all fantasy based, and they get powers and and it's basically them just surviving. However, I finished those 5 books and I've started NPCs, which is about the game Spell, Sword and Sorcery. What would happen is if the people who rolled the characters died, and then it goes to the NPC characters, and they go, "Oh, they've just died. What did you do?" "Oh no, we didn't do anything. They died because of this." But they've got a scroll. It says they work for the Mad King. If he thinks we killed them, he'll destroy the whole village. So they take up the roles of these 4 party members and continue on, whereas the people are still playing and re-roll new characters, and they meet up later on and stuff like that. It's called NPC. There's 5 books in that series at the moment, and it's still continuing on. Mm-hmm. I love my Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and I miss it. But I would love to. But the thing is, I know that I'm very limited because I've tried doing a DM and I'm no good at it. Everybody just fights until they die. Basically, I just throw monsters at them, and I was told that that's probably not the best way to do it.
Well, when I've the last the AD&D I played was, I think, 3rd edition of AD&D. I've seen I think I'm at 5th edition now, but some of them apparently they're now on a D&D woke edition.
Yeah, there's 5e, but they're already cheap. Talking about upgrading it because you can't have orcs and stuff.
I'm gonna play quite a few. I mean, one of the best ones was GURPS, which is generic universal role play system.
We played.
That's bringing us back.
That's getting back. See, when I played GURPS, do you know what crew we had? There was four of us, and the DM. I was Dave Lister.
You played GURPS, yeah.
One of my friends was the cat, and we spent an hour and a half game playing time trying to get him away from the mirror.
That's what I really like about GURPS is because I think it's up to full. I played third, but I mainly played GURPS Traveller, which is literally exactly what it says. It's the GURPS system, but set in the Traveller universe.
Yeah.
It's one of the guys I really love watching is Seth Skokowski, because he doesn't actually play the games. He does play. What he does is he reviews them, and he reviews a game, or mainly he reviews various games systems. He's got a series on how to play the games, but he also reviews scenarios and the rest of it. Well, I actually got onto Glass Cannon because he appeared on that. But I mean, when I look at GURPS in particular, I mean, I've played. Well, my favourite one actually was GURPS Horse Clans, based on Robert Adams' books, which I really love.
I've not played GURPS since I was at university.
But the favourite one I've never actually played is GURPS Lensman.
I've not played GURPS since university. Basically, that's long ago. 30 years ago was the last time I played GURPS.
I haven't played for a long time either. I say we played several. Played GURPS, played D&D.
D&D I've played mostly because we've done Paranoia and stuff like that as well. That's a weird one. I got killed.
I never played Paranoia.
Paranoia is a fun one, but I got killed because I just basically kept actually accusing everybody, and I was wrong. I just got killed.
I don't know if it's just because of lockdown, but there do seem to be quite a few. Not only, as I said, streams that actually stream via Zoom or Discord or whatever, but also there's 2 or 3 settings I know. I mean, I watch. Unfortunately, I think they're on a break at the moment. But Arch was doing a Fantasy Grounds. Was doing a Skaven roleplay, so all his characters were Skaven.
Yeah.
In Warhammer. You know, there's this so you can actually design to actually play online.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the systems nowadays. You can actually tweak and twist.
Yeah,
and it's handy for that.
Sorry.
Right. So, what I'll do is I'll do mine. Right.
Yeah, go on. Yeah,
I've got a couple of bits and bobs and pieces and stuff. Right. I'll start with my DVDs. These are they're no great. They was just basically add up the wee bit extra cash. Was Here Comes the Boom. I watched that and I liked it. It's not the greatest, but it's about a school teacher who becomes a heavyweight, one of these WWE fighters. Here Comes the Boom. The other one I got was Hellboy 2. The Golden.
Do you know I haven't seen that yet? I've seen Hellboy, which I liked.
Hellboy is great. This one's okay. It's not up to the same standard as the original, but it's not bad. No, it is. And the third one I got.
No, John Hurt, that's it. So.
Oh, I love that. You gotta love Bill Murray.
Yeah, definitely. So that'll be my Christmas one when I get round to it. So that was the 3 DVDs I picked up, but I got a wee box set.
Ooh, nice.
Dirty Harry, Gran Torino, and Unforgiven. And I just thought, well, I'll have that.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I picked that up, and it's just the bog standard DVDs. There's nothing fancy in them. There's no great specials and stuff like that, interviews or anything like that. So there's just wee bits and pieces with that. But I picked up Blu-rays. Two of these Blu-rays I've got in DVD format. The other I haven't. So I'll start with these ones. I picked up the Expendables.
Okay.
I've already got the Expendables.
Yeah, the weird thing about that is I've never seen that film. But
no, me neither.
There's a series of books, science fiction books, by Edmund Cooper, writing along with Richard Avery, called The Expendables. And they're about I suspect, I mean, from what I understand, a similar idea of people who've got nothing to lose or whatever, and they've been recruited to prove new planets for colonization.
Yeah, well, as you can imagine,
they're quite good actually.
I also picked up Expendables 2.
Oh, cool! I've not seen.
Well, the Expendables is effectively, you're talking about Stallone, Stratham, Lundgren, Schwarzenegger, Willis, Van Damme, Jet Li. You've got basically a load of them. Terry Crews. Yeah, I mean that's in one, and then you've got some of them in the thing. It's just basically all the old characters. The Expendables. I picked up. You'll like this one. I picked this up in Blu-ray, but I've already got it in DVD.
Go on, then. Oh, nice! I'd like to have the Blu-ray of that. Oh, nice.
So I picked up both of them. Blu-rays,
I've not seen any of the sequels except for 2.
Yeah. The only reason I picked that up is because it's in Blu-ray, but I didn't have it in DVD, so it's not. Yeah. But the good thing is, charity shop sells the Blu-rays for £2.
Yeah.
So
you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong.
But I picked up 2 wee things today. One of them in the Home Bargains.
Really?
Yes. And it's bobbleheads.
We were just in there.
I like my bobbleheads.
Oh, yes. You talked about wanting one of those, I think. Yeah. Oh, they're adorable.
So that's 2 bobbleheads, and it's obviously the 3-wheeler.
Oh, you must have a good Home Bargains, because I don't think ours has like a toy section, but it's not really that huge. It's quite small.
I always go through the whole thing.
Unfortunately,
so I picked that up, and it just looks cool, doesn't it? 2 wee bobbleheads in the wee van. Yay! I was happy with that. Not bad for a tenner. They're Bobble Buddies, so they're the same ones that Big Chief are doing. Bobble Buddies.
Cool.
So I picked that up, and the last one I picked up. I was going to get, as I said, my Frankenstein and my Dracula, but I saw this and I thought, the Frankenstein and Dracula I can get anytime, but I can't always get it.
Oh, you get
right, and
that is fantastic.
They do a Spock, but they didn't have the Spock in, and I asked them if they're getting any other ones in. So you've got the booklet with it.
Oh, nice.
The official busts. So, and it just looks cool because they had the Janeway as well, but I could only afford the one, so I only got one.
Yeah,
a sellotape.
I wouldn't mind the Janeway one. I did like Janeway.
See, I didn't like the character, but I love the program. It was really weird. So I'll need to actually cut the
so that one's coming out of the box then, obviously.
Yes, this one's coming out of the box. It's just because it just looks.
It is cool. It does look really cool. You'd almost want that. I can see your other ones up on the shelf behind you. That is cool.
Yeah, and it is heavy. So it is.
Yeah, very nice. That's a really nice sculpt as well.
Yeah, it definitely looks like him.
Yeah.
See, when I was looking at
the communicator.
Does that look like Kirk, or does that look like?
Yeah, I'm super fussy with the sculpt. So that's very good.
Yeah. It's not an exact copy of Shatner, but
it is very good. Yeah,
it's meant to be Shatner. It's definitely not meant to be.
I mean, I've seen a heck of a lot worse. That's really good.
So I picked that up and I just thought,
fantastic.
I want that. That is just so super cool.
Unfortunately, I'm not like to get near Home Bargains until we start practice again because I go right past one.
Well, right. Get a chance to, and you go. Home Bargains.
Oh, yeah.
So that was mine, and that is definitely my.
Very nice, yeah.
So although I do like my bobbleheads because I've got a special affinity for bobbleheads, but figures like that I just could not say no to.
No.
As I said, I could have actually picked up the two others in the collection. There's only 4 in that collection. The Universal Monsters. There's the Creature from the Black Lagoon. There's Frankenstein, Dracula, and the Bride of Dracula. They had Dracula and Frankenstein, but they didn't have the Bride. So I was going to pick those 2 up, and then it was a choice of that or those 2 of that.
With the Dracula, is it the Bela Lugosi sculpt?
Yes, it's Bela Lugosi and it's Boris Karloff, Frankenstein.
Yeah.
They have other ones. They've got the Mummy, but it's in the big box, but it doesn't look like Karloff's Mummy. It doesn't. Doesn't look like it.
I used to have some of those Universal monsters. I think I had the Creature, I had Frankenstein's monster, and a couple of others. But the one that I had were the old Aurora models, which were glow in the dark.
That was the ones I was talking about, Colin.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Remember the ones I was talking about the last time about when I was talking about my uncle? He had them. They were all glow in the dark, and it used to.
I wanted those. Yeah, I remember those.
We would anytime we went to my granddad's would have the party and all the family around. So all the kids were dumped up in one of the bedrooms, and we ended up in my uncle's bedroom, and he had all these glowing monsters, and you could see you're all going to sleep, you wake up in the middle of the night, and there's Frankenstein glowing right next to you. It's not really good when you're 7.
No,
but yeah, we loved that era. So those figures, I've always wanted to get hold of them. That's the need I can get to them, these things. But it still reminds me of families get-togethers and stuff like that. And that was the one my uncle used to scratch the door. So he did. Pitch black outside. We would open the door and there would be nobody there. He would hide in another room. Then he would shut the door and he would scratch it again and scratch it. And we run, we know you're out there. Open the door, nobody there. Pitch black. I had all the lights off. And then he would scratch the door again, and one of us would go and pull the door open, and he had hung a shirt.
Oh my
he hung a white shirt. And if sometimes we were lucky and he just hung a shirt. Sometimes we were unlucky and he would hang a luminous shirt he had painted on.
Oh, wow.
Ready for us. So in the pitch black, it's white glowing shirt. So yes, so those models, every time I hear about those models, it brings me back to that time. And
that's lovely.
I loved it.
Unfortunately, no one seems to have ever done any models of the Hammer horror movies. Not that I've been interested in Christopher Lee ones. We won't go any further on that. On the grounds I don't want to get a reputation for being a dirty old man.
Yeah.
But a line of Hammer Babes movies.
Is my Wolfman.
Yeah.
But they have Universal Monsters.
Yeah, Hammer did know did the horror babes very well. Let's just say that.
Yes, I would like a couple of them. Who me? Bad boy. But yeah, I definitely. So that was my pick of the week, and I was really, really happy because it was a case of I got up early and I had stuff to do. I had to go and fix a computer, so I thought I'll pop in for 10 minutes. I picked up the DVDs, and then I had to drop my wife off, and then go to my sister's. And the way up there, I thought it's a home bargains. I'll nip in there. Yes, I was so happy that I'll just nip in there for 5 minutes. Turned out all this, and I was extremely happy. So I was. But so yes, I'm a happy man.
Very nice.
So
yeah,
it is a heavy one. So, and he is coming out because, as I said, in November I'm emptying this room. I'm actually going to take pictures as I do it, so you'll see it disappear, and you'll see it pile up somewhere else. Then you'll see the room completely empty, moved around, and so this desk is going to move into the middle. The shelves behind me are going to go from the tall 7-foot ones down to the ones that are 5 foot, and then that way I can put the pictures up behind me. And I'm going to change my camera to a wide angle one, so when it's going to sit up, you'll see everything behind me.
Oh, nice.
So I'm
a bit like Gary's got, so you can see his whole.
Yeah, because as you can see, it basically you see a couple of shelves. So I want it so you can see the whole, and it's only one wall because obviously the other wall. So some of my picture, I'm taking off all my pictures and everything, and they're going to go up. So I'm going to have Judge Dredd, Bruce Campbell, and then things like Doctor Who. So they'll be separated like that. And then all the ones with me with stars will be in the other wall that nobody can see. There'll be personal ones that only for me. So I've already got it up here. I just need to get it down here.
Coming this November, PJ maybe in widescreen stereo vision. Beware.
Be afraid. Be very afraid, because he might do it wrong. Sorry, he'll probably do it wrong. But yeah, that's what I'm planning to do in November. So I've got a holiday in November. That's when I'm going away with my wife. Then I've got 4 days off. And then I'm going on a holiday with my grandson. So
lovely.
I've got to do that. So I'm going to do this snapshots. What a snapshot every half hour, because I'll be literally emptying all the shelves first, then taking all the shelving units out. Or I'm literally taking everything out and then putting it all back in again. That's going to be fun. Doing it myself. No help. So I'll probably break a few shelving units. but I'm also buying 2 of the big shelving units, another 2 of them, because I need the extra space, because I've got DVDs over there that are not shelved.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. If you're going for shorter shelves, how are you going to fit?
Oh no, I've got one short one there, one short one over there. So those 2 short ones, I'm going to buy another short one. So the 3 short ones are going to be behind me, and I'm going to buy 2 tall ones as well. So I've already got 2 short ones, and they're just going to go here. Actually, I've got 2 short ones there. I've got 3 short ones, and I'm buying. I can't even remember what I'm doing now. I think I'm buying 2 tall ones to replace 2 of the short ones that are over at that side of the house to go behind me. You'll see what I mean, because you'll see when I do the picture, I'll show what I've got and how it's moving.
Cool.
Because I've got 3 of these big tall ones, and I've got 3 of the short ones.
Good night, Miranda. Good night, Miranda.
Good night, Miranda. Thank you for having me, as always.
Take care, Miranda.
See, obviously, we stopped talking Judge Dredd, and that was it.
Yeah, night, Miranda, and your project, PD, looks amazing. I can't wait to see the final outcome of it.
Yeah, I've got the idea up here, how it's going to look and what's going to go where. And that's the thing. I just need to get it from here to here behind me. Because I've got a box under here with half of my plates. I've got shelves over there with DVDs, comics that are just piled up. And I've got a load of books and bits and pieces just piled up in that corner as well. So I need to reorganize, and because this bit behind me, I try and keep this neat, but the rest of it is it's not that neat, shall we say? It's terrible. So I need to actually reorganize it just to get extra space and to get those.
That's it, and it's finding the time to do it. It's not.
So I'm taking a week off work to do it in between my 2 breaks, so that'll give it. So that week there'll be no streaming because my computer and everything will be taken apart. So that'll be this 2 Saturdays and the Wednesday in between. There'll be no streaming. So I'll not even be able to watch streams unless I watch it on my iPad, which I don't really. I just use that for accessing my movies. So it's going to be fun. So that's giving the one, the RPG. So
that's a long investment. No, there was an average of 3.5 to 4 hours of stream, and there's 35 plus streams.
Yeah, so yes. Yeah, I did the same when I started watching Critical Role. It was a big investment, but the first season was fine. The second season, I just found it. They just went over the top with the characterization of the characters. They were doing that a bit at the beginning, but they were all building their characters up. So they all started at level 0 or level 1, and it was
that's something that I like. That I do like it when they do, because that's something unfortunately Arch doesn't do. I wish he did, especially since I'm not familiar with the system. It's the characters and the character improvement and the rest of it, and they do that off screen, which is a bit of a. But no, it doesn't for anything. But it means you can't see how the system particularly works.
Yeah. So basically, they do the character. They do the characters. Oh, he glows in the dark. Woo!
Yeah, I've been charging him up under the lamp.
What do you mean charging him up under the lamp? Put him in the window ledge. He would charge up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I've had the curtains shut in here because we have our, we have stuff in here. We don't really want the sun baking down on.
Put them to the other side of the curtains then. Scare everybody away, and then I should imagine you forget about him. You just been out at night, and as it gets dark, you get more and more glow.
You just have this eerie little face looking out at you.
Yeah, I know, just have it like that.
Yeah, he's really cool.
What you do is you put him at the window like that.
Yeah.
So basically, he starts glowing. I'll put a magnifying glass so people see him from a weird angle. He just glows and it's dead big.
Yeah.
But that is a cool one. So it is. I love the fact that it's luminous.
I really should. If I could have afforded it, I should have got two because I keep this one out and it's obviously right in the middle of everything, and I keep him next to my work setup as well. So I wouldn't mind having one just in the box that doesn't get touched. But
yeah, I always see that, but then I want to take them out of the box.
I know. I know. Like I said, I've resisted the urge to bust into the con one in the because that one I just feel like that just needs to stay.
The good thing is you can eventually buy one of these things.
Yeah.
With a wee Nosferatu in it.
Yes, I remember that. You sent me that link. That's cool. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that.
You were the first person I thought of.
I was like, ooh. That's why that movie that I watched, Nosferatu.com, got my attention.
You said it. Talking of role-playing, another role-playing game I played was White Wolf's World of Darkness. The first one of theirs was Vampire the Masquerade. They've got others as well, but one of the vampires in that one are various clans. In fact, there was actually a short-lived TV show in the States based on that a few years ago, back in the 90s, I think, with the actress that played Clark Kent's girlfriend in
Terry Hatcher?
No, not Terry Hatcher. Not Smallville. There was an earlier one than that. There was a Superboy series before that. I've forgotten. But the reason it brings me to mind is that there's various types. What they've done is very cleverly done. I prefer playing werewolf, but they very cleverly with the vampires. They have various clans and the different sorts of vampires from myth. So one of them is the Nosferatu clan. And the Nosferatu clan, they are ugly, and they live in a suit. They rarely come out at night. And they're very literally like that.
See,
that's
ugly.
cool.
How dare they call it ugly?
Well, that's within. It's because of the thing. It's within the. I mean, in fact, there are two computer games: Vampire the Requiem and Bloodlines.
Yeah,
I love. Yeah, the Nosferatu style of vampire is definitely my favorite. They did a slight take on it with Buffy. They've actually done it well. Salem's Lot is a good example.
Oh, I love Salem's Lot. The original was excellent.
And then they've done it in the comedy What We Do in the Shadows as well. Although the character, I won't say what happens to him, but we don't see him in other stories after, which is unfortunate. And the character's name was Peter. It's from the film What We Do in the Shadows, not the TV show, which is also excellent.
Yes. I must admit, I'd never heard of that until you mentioned it, and I watched the movie and the TV show and enjoyed it all.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah, Peter was fun.
Yeah, well, that's the joke, and he's going to feed Peter, and he's like, Peter, and he's like,
yeah, that's one of the things that White Wolf did really well. They had within their World of Darkness setting, which they then killed off and rebooted.
Yeah,
apparently wasn't good. They had
vampire
magic, that vampire. as I said, each type of monster, if you like, had various classes, breeds, etc. So you had vampires, you had the Nosferatu, you had the Premier, who were blood mages, who had actually literally vampirized mages, because magic is real in this. And they were they used actual magic. You had the ones I enjoyed playing most in the game when I could were the. My brain's completely switched off here, but they were nuts. They were insane, and they had multiple personalities and things like this.
Yeah, depends on your dice roll. Depends what they did. If you wanted them to do something, they would roll a dice, and there wasn't even a 50-50 chance. I think it's basically like 1, 2, you did this, 3, 4, you did that, 5, 6, you did what you wanted to do.
How does the dice work? Like, I love die. I just love every kind of conceivable die out there, and I bought myself a set.
It's D6s mostly.
Yeah.
Like, so for instance, if something's got an armor class of 5, you have to roll a 5 or more to get through. However, if you've got a weapon skill of 4, then you're one above the average. So then that 5 comes down to 4.
Yeah.
But like, how do you know which dice to use? And
it's all D6s.
Some games are all D6s. A few years ago, a lot of games changed to a D20 system,
which was not
but
as good.
A lot
of people like to roll 50 D6s rather than
D20s. Things like RuneQuest, which is based on RuneQuest, which the Call of Cthulhu system is based on, was they had. Well, they're the first one that had percentile dice. You get percentile dice, so you get your skills go up, and you get either 2d10 or you get you get one dice which is which is hundreds. No, one dice which is tens, so it's 10, 20, 30, and one dice which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 0, up for 100, and you've got to roll over one. So the various ones. I mean, D&D was the best one. The original D&Ds before they D20'd it. You started off. You had you rolled 3d6 for each of your attributes, but then your weapons, for example, would have had anything from 1d3 or d4 to a d20 damage. You know, you need a set of different dice. But then Tunnels and Trolls, which I really loved, which was designed, was a hell of a lot more solo games for that than there were actual games to play amongst yourselves. That was all D6, for example.
But a lot of the later ones, what they did was to try to simplify it by just doing D6s.
Yeah, and when I see
Blood Bowl, then sometimes what they would do is they introduce specialist D6s, so it didn't have numbers. So you would have maybe 2 shields, 2 skulls, a star, and then a double star. One means, like for Blood Bowl, that means you either get knocked down, knocked out, killed, or pushed back. That type of thing. So you would have different things mean different things. So you would do dice with different symbols on them. But it was 6 instead of saying 1, 2, you do this, 3, 4, you do that, 5, 6.
That like in Hero Quest as well, didn't you? Where you had movement dice and you had 1 attack, 2 attacks, or a shield. This sort of thing, and you throw against each other. So there's various ways of doing it, but most of them are. So I think a lot of them, they seem to go to the D20 system, which homogenized everything. But I think
a lot of people, especially with Warhammer, liked rolling. Well, I've got 20 guys there. Each of them has got 4 shots.
Yeah. You see some of those, that's insane. With rolling 35 dice,
and you're trying to get 6s. So you get 20 6s, no problem, right? That's a hit. So from these 20 dice, I need to roll a 3.
Yeah.
Right, I've hit you 7 times. That's okay. I've got a saving throw of 6 up. Boy, save, bang it. And people like rolling dice, and that's the thing. You could have a roll. You could have like 10 dice, shaking them up and having to roll them 4 or 5 times. It was always fun.
I would definitely like that.
Slightly different for war
The more dice,
gaming,
the
like
better.
you like Warhammer and the rest of it. But
yeah,
I mean they tend to be that, as you said, that's mainly D6s. But role playing per se tends to be
role playing ones. You've got your D4s, D6s,
Yeah.
D8s, D10s, D20s,
12,
and you've got your
D12,
D12s as well, and you've
D100.
got your D100s. So you usually get a range. Even now, when you're buying thingy dice, you get 1D4, 1D6, 1D8, 1D10, 1D12, and 1D20.
He says he puts his hand into his drawer.
I've got 2 boxes full of dice.
One lamp, and then within which I have my bag, because you've got one deep. I mean, I've got
Okay.
I've got some white wolf dice.
Glued them all together and made a bigger.
I like the
nice.
Sort of.
I basically just had a load of dice, so I just glued them all together and just made it a bigger dice.
Called?
Yeah.
So yeah. That's just a decent. It's
as long as you didn't get any of the dice wrong, that would have been confusing.
No, I made sure. Basically, every single one, they're all facing the same way. The ones were the one I thought I was going to get it back to front, which meant the 2s and 5s were going to be back to front. No, I made sure before I glued them. And I've got a plan to do is next time I get any more of these dice, I'm going to make it a 3x3 and make it bigger.
See,
what are the polyhedral dice used for?
Polyhedral.
That polyhedral dice are ones that basically aren't D6.
Okay.
Sometimes your damage could be if you've got a dagger and you do damage. The dagger only does 1d4 damage.
Yeah. D4, otherwise known as calculus.
I need to.
You've also got little specials. I mean, I've got my White Wolf dice, for example. White Wolf uses a system, mainly D10, but they've also got critical and muff. So you've got
I see it. Yeah.
A 1 is automatically a failure. 10 is an automatic success, for example. Or more to the point, if you a 1 is disaster strikes.
Right.
This
is just my spear base wind. Yeah. That's just my spear.
Oh my god, that looks so cool.
So that's just my spear ones.
I love dice.
I've got 2 boxes somewhere with them all.
Yeah.
But they're full sets. And, so, like, for instance, the D4s are always remember, do not stand in a D4.
Yeah.
Because it's a pyramid.
Yeah. That's the ones I can't figure those out. I'm like, how do you?
Well,
basically, like, when you're rolling them, right? So it always lands with the point up. So the point is 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's D4. So in effect, no matter how it does, whatever's at the top is the number. But sometimes you've got a damage and it is D4 instead of D6. So you would roll that.
Or you get really confusing, like a D2 or D3, which is a D1, D61. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll land like that, and as you can see, that's 4 at the top, and it doesn't matter how it lands.
Yeah.
Some of them have the numbers all at the bottom, so you'll have 3 number 1s at the bottom, and it's referred to that.
It's the way they're designed for you know.
Then you get, as Colin was saying, is you get the D10s, right? But you also get the D10s, and it's the 40. It says 50, 40, 20. You see, so they represent the. So you would roll the 2 of them together, and that would be a D100.
Or percentile.
Or a percentile.
Yeah.
And then you've obviously got your D8s, which are bog standard, just 8-sided, same idea.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically your D12s. As I said, as you can see, I've got a full set of these, 2 sets of these metal ones. So these are brass.
Cool.
They're weigh a ton. So they do.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got your bog standard D20s. However, you've got bog standard D20s, then you've got Magic the Gathering D20s, which are different.
Mm.
Because these ones, the numbers are, well, they're not random. So, like, you've got 20, then next to it, you've got 8, then next to that, you've got 16, 6, 14. Whereas these are countdown dice because you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you would just basically, as you're doing a countdown from 1 to 20, so you would start with 20 life.
Oh, right, I see.
Then 19, 18, so you just rotate them. They're called countdown dice. You don't roll them for when you're doing a D20 roll because you can see the numbers as you're going by the 20. You can see it going 19, 18, 17, 16. You don't want that. You want it more randomized. So that's just my spares. That's my spares. I've got 2 boxes, one for Dungeons and Dragons, one for Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering, I like my box for Magic the Gathering dice. Oh, you want to see my Magic the Gathering dice box?
Everybody say no now.
I'm not saying no, I'm saying yes.
Who wants to be bound?
Yeah. The other thing is also it's what's strange is when you throw multiple dice, because of maths. For example, when you're doing, I mean, I was watching earlier on a stream and they were doing Call of Cthulhu. Some are doing 2 or 3 dice, and if you're rolling 2 dice, you're going to get 7 more often than not, because you get 1 and a 6, a 2 and a 5, or a 3 and a 4 are all going to add up to 7.
Right.
Whereas the only way to get 2 is 1 and 1. The only way to get 12 is 6 and 6. So there's a bell curve, and obviously the more dice you're throwing, the wider the bell curve is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you're gambling, but it is so fun when you sit down and you put out the cards and then you roll the die and.
See, when I was going to look for my dice, I was away over there looking for my dice. It was literally right beside me because I was out. There's my dice box.
Oh, very nice.
When my nieces, who are now all adult, 2 of whom have got kids of their own, were a lot younger, I used to play because I've always enjoyed games. I used to play Hero Quest with them. And I used to use it as an education so they could learn to count with the dice.
Yeah.
Do simple maths with the dice, and they learned to read. I helped learn them to read by reading the cards. I was massively impressed. My youngest niece, who is now 21 and a half, she read the title of, was it one of the werewolf books? When she was about 8, she worked out the word werewolf the apocalypse.
Wow.
And I was massively impressed. Very
good.
But then she'd had her mum and her 2 sisters had read to her, so she was a really good reader.
Yeah, it's the same I see in Hero Quest. The first game I bought my nephew.
Yeah.
The nephew, when he moved out, got married, had his son. My sister was clearing the attic because he was looking for some of his old toys for his son, and he came across Hero Quest and he gave it to me. And my daughter lost it. The whole book.
Well, I would say, did I say earlier on, I would really, if I could afford it, get back in. There's a new release for it. Release of it, yeah.
Yeah, and with the new release, you no longer have the dwarf, the barbarian, the elf.
Yeah, they've changed some of them.
They've added 4 female characters as well. So you can get different characters. The elf is female and the wizard is female.
Damn, and I was hoping Jim was going to get the chance to show us that army box set before he has to go out, but if his computer's about to melt.
Yeah, my computer is sadly melting at the moment.
Yeah. If you need to know, because Gwen has to be going, we kept her a wee bit later than normal.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade.
Yes, don't worry. We're all there.
My end unit is there, but I can literally just I'm touching my camera and it's literally on fire.
Camera.
Yeah.
Thank you for your camera. We had bodies we thought we were going to get cancelled.
Jeez. Got Evel Knievel out there tonight.
Yeah. What I like the new, because it's what do they call it? It's not funded. It's whatever that thing is, isn't it? It's crowdfunded or whatever they said. So you get the basic set, and they got stretch goals. Was it stretch goals?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure.
Stretch goals, basically.
So, one of which was you'd actually get basically female heads on the male on the same bodies, effectively.
No. They had actually redesigned the 4 females. So there was a barbarian, but the female barbarian had a similar pose, but it was a completely different.
Oh, what again? Because I know they got rid of the female and changed them to some sort of aquatic thing, didn't they?
Yeah. They did.
And there was something else.
Really
I think they redid. Yeah, it does.
It does.
I think they redid the
really
goal
because you start off with the basic set, and then if they reach the mixed goal, so let's say for instance the first goal is 100,000, then the next goal is 200,000 and 300. As they increase those levels, then what you've put in. So if you've put in your £40 or £60, whatever it is, then you go up a level with
you get more for it, yeah.
So you get more the more people buy in.
Yeah.
Really good idea, because it's not a case of, well, if you give us more than him, you'll get more than him. It's a case of, we're only asking you for the same stuff. However, if we make enough, we'll give you more. And that's, to me, is a really nice way of doing it.
So that would almost, if it weren't the fact I've seen how much stuff is these days, that might almost get me enough to clear the kitchen up and actually get back into painting as well.
Yeah, I can't paint anymore. I've got in my spare bedroom, I've got at least one, if not 2, Hero Quests. I've got Hero Quest Advanced Quest, and I've got Advanced Hero Quest. I've got Space Crusade. I'll spend you my Blood Bowl down. You can paint all that for me.
I've got a Blood Bowl Skaven. So I was never actually into Blood Bowl, but Blood Bowl Skaven because he's got 3 arms, I think. Right.
No, I had a Blood Bowl Croxicor, basically Lizardman team. And I had to sell it, and it was one of the best paid jobs I ever done. And I was gutted I had to sell it when I got divorced and I was scrimping saving. But I've even still got some of my tools for my painting.
Wow.
So that was my painting tool, so I could literally get right in there and see it. And
well, as I was saying earlier, when I watch several YouTubers who do modelling and painting and that.
Yeah.
As we were saying earlier on, and some, lots of things seem to have changed there now. There's a lot more varieties of paints and all sorts of things that seem to me now. I'd like to get back.
There is a lot of stuff like me, but what we'll need to do is organise a D&D something session, and even if it's one day a week and we just record it to upload it another day, we need to do that. We need to organise something.
That sounds like fun.
It definitely sounds like all we need to do is have somebody that knows what they're doing DMing wise. I know I'm crap at it, so because I've tried it and I feel miserable.
I won't have a clue what I'm doing, so that's me out.
Did it for my niece. Well, I think the thing is, if you've, I did it a couple times for my nieces, but that's about all. But the thing is, you need to, if you've got a rough idea, and then you just need, sort of to start a work up, just as if we were all back being kids again, like you do as your kids.
Yes, that's exactly. Yeah.
Most people start at 12, not 3 or 4 times that. But
I've got my character, my goblin rogue, and when he was first introduced, his backstory is people called him Tiburon. And until he met another goblin, and the goblin asked him, why did he keep on saying hello? He said, I don't know. Because he kept saying hello. But because in goblin, Tiburon means hello. So the first time I walked up and somebody says, what's your name? I go, hello. So Tiburon. So everybody called me Tiburon, and it was fine right up until later on, because I could not speak. No, it took a wee while because I just kept talking rubbish, but they would say, Tiburon, do this, and I would go and do it, but I never spoke except hello, Tiburon. It's just I liked some parts of it, so you would do the comic parts, but it was the ones when you had somebody going, yes, and he's going forward and he's devote his love to you, and you're going, no, just kill her. Please, just kill her. It's the role playing game is good, but not if you get into the fact that the role playing game takes over the game.
Yeah, I mean, I worked out I was never a role play gamer. I was an adventure gamer.
Yeah,
I didn't think who is my character. I thought my way of looking at it was what is my character? What can my character do? What's their rather than what's their which is fine. I mean, different people play.
Some people play it. They get right in and they do their character. Every time they're doing their character talking, they talk like that all the time, and you're sitting there thinking, right, he's in character. So he would start doing all his stuff. He was in a village trying to buy something, much as a prize, and he would talk to the GM in that. So it was basically his character. Whereas other people would say, well, my character's going to say, how much is that? And they would just, that's it. It was no... They would literally say what their character's saying rather than doing it going, how much does that cost? And it's that type of thing. So people do it different ways. And the thing is, some people get into the characters that much that they're too busy talking to everybody and having it. And you're thinking, well, we're actually want to get out of this town so we can fight something. But he's too busy being in character. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and I'm quite happy to play in a different group because everybody does different, and that's the good thing about D&D. You can have a plethora of people playing it differently, and it's fun. So we need to organise something, even if it's a case of we bring in somebody that knows how to GM and they basically tell us what to do.
Yeah, cool.
So definitely. But Wen, thank you for sticking with us this late, even though you're getting ready to finish your week's off.
Yeah, I know. I got one more day left.
I know, one more day. Well,
so I'm going to try and get up early and make the best of the day.
Yeah, definitely. So you have
thank you so much.
Nice night, what's left of it.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm going to do some, I'm going to try and get through a few more pages of this book I'm reading, but I'm probably not going to be good for too many pages. I think I'm going to be out soon.
Well, you have fun.
You have a good evening, Wen.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Alex. I'm looking forward to receiving that comic. Thank you so much. Yay!
Take care.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Yeah. Good night, Darren, as well. If you're still in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Good night.
I'm gonna be rounding off as well.
Yes,
still,
no problem.
It is absolutely melting here, but I literally can see my webcam being on fire.
Yeah,
it's like
no problem.
red hot.
Thanks for sticking with us. I know we were talking Judge Dredd a lot, and I know fine well it's I would say it's a bit niche, but yeah. Everybody's aware of Judge Dredd, but I'm aware it's like turning around and somebody saying, well, I like a character from somewhere else that you're aware of, but you've never read. So thank you.
Extinguisher close to you, Jim.
Yeah. You lads have an amazing evening and you enjoy what's left of the stream.
Yeah, thank you.
Just get your fan to put next to the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Good night. See you Wednesday. See you Wednesday.
See you guys Wednesday.
Yep. And ladies and gents, remember Wednesday, I said it was Gems for Grunted Treats. No, that's next Wednesday. This Wednesday coming is Evolution.
Mm-hmm.
And I had something for Roman. I was going to talk about that. A guide to Glasgow. Basically, like for instance, Hodger wished. Do you know what Hodger wish means?
Be quiet.
Yes, exactly.
Because I saw something. I know women really wish something about be quiet woman, or women won't be quiet. So
I've got two of the books, the Pater and the Complete Pater, which is an update to this one. This one is the one I grew up with because, as you can see, 1985, Glasgow District Libraries.
Wow,
that's where it was published through. And then
I dread to think what your overdue books bill is going to be then.
Well, basically, the good thing is I bought this from the libraries.
Yeah, back when I used to say, "Oh yeah, I did that." I remember doing that. Going to the
there
library,
you
see
go.
if I got any books that you wanted to buy.
Yeah, there's one there. Yabas. Billy Connolly used it. Yabasa.
Yep, Yabasa. Yeah, I was going to say that.
A belligerent phrase affecting a gang member in graffiti or slang. Tong Yabas. Presumably, this derives from "you bastard" rather than from calling someone a fish. As you can see, it's here.
But it could just mean a wee bunch of pink daisies. That's a wee get it for Yabasa. Yes, I remember that sketch as well.
A lavy diver. Do you know what a lavy diver is?
It's going to be something to do with
toilet.
Bring something from the toilet, I guess.
A plumber. A plumber's a lavy diver. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of them are easy ones. Crap. We all know what crap is nowadays, but it was classed as Glasgow slang way back in the day. Curry shop, a Pakistani or Indian restaurant. There's also Chinese, is the same. Yeah. And you notice we've had none of the stuff in because I took Mr. Brown's advice and finally got round to actually putting it so you have to be a subscriber. I've worked out how to do it.
Don't subscribe, that'll be a shock.
Yeah. Hi, Cam.
Hello, Cam.
Never thought I need to fold laundry. Thank you, Kellings, for sticking with us. Catch you again. Ta-da. Phone chat in the big. That was almost as bad as Alex's. His bloody PC wasn't working. He was going to be on.
Doesn't matter. New one's coming on Tuesday.
Yeah. Perfect.
Not setting it up till Wednesday.
Yeah, I was going to say, as long as yours doesn't crash on Tuesday.
Yes, just be very careful. Very careful indeed.
We're kind of busy Tuesday.
Oh yes, I know we're busy.
Yes,
Tuesday.
I know.
After what I watched,
and tomorrow I'm going to watch the 3 episodes of. I'm actually going to watch the last 5 episodes because I've got 4 episodes to watch.
You forgot what's happened,
and I forgot what's happened. So I'll watch the 5, 6.
PJ, can I just say what an ending?
Yeah, the last episode.
What? An ending?
Yeah.
The last episode's an hour 20, I think. So
yes, I heard it was a double episode, and I did see Roman went, "What the?" Something happened, but I don't know. I'll watch it because do you know the thing? Why do you know why I stopped watching it every week? Because it seemed to be less based on the space stuff, and it was all about human, and it was all about Russia, and I don't want to see politics in it. The least I want politics is it's all from NASA, and they're saying, right, we need to beat the Russians or we need to beat them. That's all I cared about. I don't want intrigue on the planet that's affecting that. And so as soon as that came on, I just went, I don't really care enough to continue watching it. So I just stopped watching it. So that's why I need to catch up with the 5.
PJ, just forward those parts.
Yeah. Like I said, I watched the West Wing. Thank you. I don't need to watch another version.
Yeah,
of the West Wing.
Forward them.
Yeah. So, but
although there's
Alex,
some
where we're at it in November, when I'm tidying up.
Yes.
I've already got a box sitting there with padding.
You're sending it to me, aren't you?
Yes.
Oh,
but it'll be November when I do the tidy up.
And it's going straight in the cabinets.
Yeah. So it will be November. I will be sending the Dalek out.
Oh, yes. Not the special weapons Dalek, but...
Not the special... If it was a special weapons Dalek, I wouldn't need a big box or padding with plastic.
But, funny enough, if you give me a couple of minutes, they've announced the next History of the Dalek sets. Show it in a minute. Because the problem is, if I go to my local B&M, I won't be able to get them because they don't stock them. So, anyone out there...
Oh, I need to go to B&M tomorrow then, in my way back from my daughter's to see the main. There's a big B&M there. I'm popping in there on the way home. So
I've got a BM quite near me, but I noticed recently BM, and certainly when I was at the bloody Littles, God, there were gaps on the shelves. Fortunately, not of anything I was particularly looking for, but I tell you what, I was saying to Alex, I noticed something in Littles. They've got
very much Cam.
They've got some Airfix kits, Airfix starter kits, which are actually Lego.
Do you know what I nearly picked up today? And the only reason I was going to pick it up was you've got it, and I was going to go, ha ha. It was in A1 Toys where I got my Kirk, and I saw the other ones, and it was the Lego Aston Martin.
You got it.
No, I didn't. I was going to pick it up just to go. I could go, ha ha, but I didn't because, as you said, it's only got the grey hair, and but it's just one of those things. You got it, and that's the main thing. Yeah, that one. I nearly picked it up just so I could go, ha ha, because it was sitting in the shop. Had all the other cars, the Fast and the Furious ones.
I'll tell you that.
Since they had Ecto 1, because I'm looking for Ecto 1. And I'm not looking for it. I could buy it off eBay. I could buy it on Amazon and stuff like that. But I decided I like the hunt, so I decided to go with it. Oh, very nice.
So this is coming out number 9. I'm tempted to get it if I can try and get hold of it. Problem is my B&M sort of pain in the neck.
I know I'm the same. My B&M. Occasionally I get them. Occasionally I don't. I like that one.
Which one?
The St. Clarence. The Sladians.
Yeah, that's exclusive. Only exclusive to the website. Number 10's coming out.
Yeah, number 10. I'm not really that bothered about number 10. The only reason I like number 9 is because of the black and bronze.
Yeah.
So it's only the black and bronze Dalek I like that set.
Death to the Daleks have never fascinated me. But you got the David Tennant set and the 8th Doctor set.
Come on.
Out.
Oh dear God, please can you take that off the screen?
They've made a mistake. Look.
Take it off
you've got
covering it. Thank you.
They made a mistake. You've got the 10th Doctor, you've got the 11th, you've got the 9th Doctor, you have got Daleks, you've got a pile of shite, and then you've got
These are all exclusive to the website.
They're cool. I like that.
I'll tell you what I did get from Big Finish, that I've got around listening. They've just released the prequel to the prequel box set to UFO.
Oh,
it's the audio dramas of Straker encountering a UFO.
Do you know what they had in A1 comics?
In training and something with the first skydiver.
Do you know what they had in A1 comics? I was tempted to, but it was a wee bit expensive. They had an interceptor.
Wow.
And
I remember the dinky one of those that you actually...
It's not an old one. It's not it looks like it's a new make interceptor. Yes, because that's it. And they had they had 3 big Space 1999. One of them was a game, and I don't know what the other 2 were. It said something about base, but they were big, enormous boxes, and it had the Velcro, but they were on the top shelf, and they were like £300. And I said to the lassie, I says, "If you get any other Space 1999 or UFO?" She says, "No, what you see is what we've got." Because I still want a UFO just that spins.
Yeah.
And a magnetic thing. I don't see why they can't make that. People will buy it.
Do you remember the dinky? I think it was Dinky Toy Interceptor, where it did actually launch the missile.
Yes, it was a red missile. Yes, you can still get them, but they're in some state, and most of them don't have the missile, and they're expensive. So they are, but so It's a pain in the backside when things like that happen. But when I saw that figure, I was going, "Oh, please tell me you've got other Space 1999." They said nope. Please tell me you got other UFOs. They said no. But that Interceptor was just a wee bit expensive because it was literally probably about that size.
Yeah.
And it was like 75 quid.
The thing is, most of Jerry Anderson merchandise and that is a bit high in price these days. Because they're putting more fine detail into it.
75 quid, and I thought, I just can't justify that.
The question is... Sorry, Colin.
They dropped a video today or like yesterday about why so many Jerry Anderson shows are shown out of order, which was quite interesting.
I know. Well, okay, I'm just going to say.
Okay.
I know Space 1999 was popular.
Yes.
But
season
how many Eagle toys do we really need?
Oh, hundreds. How many Daleks do you really need?
How many? I want a bigger Thunderbird too, thank you very much.
Did I show you that picture? Did I show you that picture?
What picture?
Oh, I thought I'd shown you. It was at a charity shop. Hold on a sec, see if I can find it. I need to dig it out. Give me 2 secs.
Yeah. No, I know you got Eagles after Eagles after Eagles, but I would like to see more UFO and other bits and all.
Right.
But I know someone did build a 6-foot skydiver that actually works in water.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I showed
you.
That.
This was in a charity shop.
Haha, nice one.
Guess how much?
Oh.
Just guess a price.
All right, about 600 quid.
No, honestly, guess how much that complete set there was. If you were in a charity shop and they had that, what would you expect to pay?
30 quid.
It's just the size of it I'm looking at. How much?
20 quid.
Wow.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, if it wasn't so big, I would have bought it.
I was going to say I might have bought, yeah.
I would have bought it.
But it's not the Blue Peter version.
No.
But, yeah, I mean.
Yeah. I just noticed.
You can see, like, that's a wee calculator thing underneath, but
yeah.
Look at the desk. And that's basically like a two-foot desk. Like, I mean, quite decent size, 20 quid. And you get there was a Thunderbird 2 on it.
Yeah, it's all Thunderbird 2 there, yeah.
It's basically on it. And the Thunderbird 2.
Hold on.
What?
That's a Thunderbird I'll Go Thunderbird 2, not a Puppet Thunderbird 2.
I know.
I'm aware of it. It's basically, it's not, even I was aware it wasn't the Thunderbirds.
So is that actually the Thunderbirds I'll Go, the CGI remake face as well?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that is the actual model.
But still, 20 quid considering.
I don't know. Yeah.
Not bad. And they still had it today. So they did. Just because it's big, so you imagine having to box that up, it'd be the size of the parcel, not the weight of the parcel, would be the big thing. But I did see it and I thought that looked cool.
You'd need a heavy lift carry vehicle, something like Thunderbird 2, wouldn't you?
Yes. See, the good thing is it's all plastic and it's fairly light in perspective, considering the size of it. But you look at the size of the box you would need for it. Because you can't take the chance by taking it apart because there's no instructions to put it back together again. It'd be a case of you would have to spend all that time going, does this bit fit here? Does that bit there?
Yeah.
How long would it take you when you've not got any instructions of what bit goes where if you try and take it apart? And that's the problem. But I did see that and I thought, there you go. So
I'm just thinking, I don't know if I don't know if any of the original of the UFO. Well, I think one of Ventum, I think, is still with us. I don't know if
Stargate Springburn. That's in Glasgow. That's up in Springburn in Glasgow. Stargate Springburn.
I was noticing, unfortunately, there is every single person in the Big Finishing, not one of them are the original cast, because most of the original cast aren't with us anymore, sadly.
Yeah, I know.
So it's, but some of the cast I recognise. They've got somebody called Barnaby Kay playing Straker, Jeannie Spark playing Virginia Lake, Sam Clements. So we've got Mark Twain playing Freeman.
Yeah.
See, Waterman, I don't know. Dr. Schroeder, Mary Straker, Gay Ellis is someone called Lindsay Murrell.
Yeah.
Most of the others, Colin, I think, are names I don't recognise anyway.
The thing is, Colin, it's like it with the Thunderbirds. You're just so used to the original.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, the problem is, I know it sounds terrible to say it, but considering how far back it goes, like for instance, 45 years. These guys weren't doing it when they were spring chickens. It wasn't like they were 16, 20.
Oh, yeah.
These guys were in their 30s, 40s. So you can't expect A, all of them to be around, and B, they're still up for it. So I don't see in times like that. So when they're remaking something and they don't bring the original actor, I understand why they don't.
And I know what you mean, PJ, but to me, it just was it worth it?
Make it. But I can understand when they are making it and they don't. It's not like they make it 5 years later and then decide, oh no, we don't want these people because the one that played Grandad, who's meant to be an ancient vampire, the actor's too old to play him.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Really? They did Mockingbird Lane, and who asked to play the part of Grandad? The original actor, and they told him, no, you're too old. To play a vampire who is meant to be ancient. Really? They could see if they had him in it, even if it was crap. People have watched it just for the simple fact that you'll get the same Granda in it.
Oh dear, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm now slightly less happy about this. They've got a Captain Petra Carlin, presumably captaining Sky One, because it was originally Pete.
What, they brought in a woman to fly Sky One,
and its name is now Captain Carlin, which is what Peter Gordino's character's name was. So that is not I have to say that is, I would say that that's these days with Big Finish, that's a warning flag. I haven't listened to them yet. Hopefully it won't make any difference, and you never know, they might make it his sister is also, which is fine. I've got no problem. But I mean, it's because most of the only ones that I recognise from the original series are Straker, Virginia Lake, Alec Freeman, Mary Straker, I think was the wife, Gay Ellis.
Do you know the good
and General Henderson? The others all appear to be new characters.
See, the good thing if it's an audible, so it's not a live action.
Yeah.
Well, no, these are Big Finish audio, so that their audio plays
because it's an audio, not an audible. I said audible, I meant audio.
Yeah, it's an audio.
Because it's an audio. Do you know what they can do? They can get the right man to play the man job. Doesn't matter his colour, doesn't matter if he's Chinese, black, Muslim, whatever, because he's doing the voice, but as long as it's a male voice. It's the same if they're doing a woman and they have a woman voice. We don't want a Bart Simpson or these other male characters voiced by a woman. However, if that woman's got a voice that sounds male, it's fine.
Yeah, there never seemed to be any complaint about a woman voicing Bart Simpson, but they got rid of what's his name for but they slammed what's his name for playing Apu, didn't they? Because he wasn't an Asian.
Yeah, well,
dumbasses.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Blue Raja from Mystery Men. The Blue Raja, he played the Blue Raja in Mystery Men as the one that voiced Apu.
Right.
Did he? I don't think I've seen Mystery Men.
I just want to speak about
you need to see Mystery Men. You need to see Mystery Men. Superb.
I just want to speak about Dragon Ball for a second. The original Japanese voice of Goku is a woman.
Yep.
No complaints. No complaints.
Of course not, because it's how it's presented as well.
Yeah.
Colin, you ready?
To be fair, there's also a very good reason. Yay!
Look at the three characters from Star-Lord.
Yep.
Johnny Alpha, Hammerstein, and Rojo's.
And the Gronk.
Yep. But that's what I'm saying. That's the three that basically made it into 2000 AD.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a woman playing a young boy isn't necessarily all that objectionable, because a boy's voice is going to like to be a lot higher pitched.
Yeah. That's true, because it's that. Oh. Do you remember?
As I said,
do you remember that story? Timequake.
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah.
I made a comment. Unfortunately, no one picked it up. But I was watching. It was Cloud Features show on Wednesday, and he said, "Why is this?" And there's a photo. There was an article in some paper about somewhere in the Midlands, I think it was in Derbyshire or something, where they've got where the biggest tourist attraction apparently is, sometimes when you see these things where they built a wall and they built a hole in it.
Yeah.
And it's brick, it's properly bricked in and all that. It's very clever, next to an at-west hole in the wall. There's a hole in the wall. I made a comment, and unfortunately no one actually seemed to pick up, which was but the thing is, if you crawl through that, will you go back in time? So you picked it up eventually, didn't you? Time slip.
Yeah. Look at the Johnny Alpha, how Johnny Alpha initially looked like.
Wow.
You want to see one of these pictures where basically...
Very similar to his 2018, isn't he? But
look.
Oh,
that was how he originally looked. They've obviously changed it in such a big way for his outfit and stuff like that.
Yeah. But then again, I suppose these things change over time anyway.
Yeah, but the thing is, yes, especially with that's what we were talking about, Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
His initial one, he had that outfit, but his iconic look, you couldn't get away with doing a Johnny Alpha like that now, because people would not know who it's meant to be, or think that's changed, because Johnny Alpha's now got an iconic look. And you're aware that they always start with a different look. I don't have an issue. It's when they settled on an iconic look and it's been going for years, and then they turn around and go, but we want to go back to the very first one. No, because people don't know the first one. The first one, they don't recognize them.
You would need to do it in such a way that
people were aware of what was happening.
People would understand that it was okay. Well, as you said, this is what we used to go. We've just started on.
Do you know how it worked? Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah.
You had Cisco going back in time, and then suddenly they're all wearing outfits that was from the old one, and it worked.
It did.
Because even things like Dax would looked at the wee short skirt and go, "Oh," you know what I mean? It was almost a case of, really?
Well,
because they were used to wearing the outfit, whereas it was almost a case of,
to all these wokey feminists who don't like that, would you like to know why and who were the driving forces behind that particular uniform choice? I'll give you a hint. Nichelle Nichols was one of them.
Because they didn't want to actually look like they didn't want to actually be in a uniform that just looked as stocky as everybody else.
Well, not only that, it was fashionable.
They wanted to. That's what I'm saying. They wanted to have a fashion because most of the guys wouldn't have cared about the fashion, but
we've just started watching in not the production or the original show order, but the order recommended by JMS is the Babylon 5 spin-off Crusade. We just finished.
Yes, I've got it. I've just finished
Thursday nights, the Ambassadorial Wing just started doing a review watch for that one. And the first episode is one of the ones where they've got the new uniforms, which they don't have in original, because it starts with the way Straczynski originally wanted to show it. It starts off and then you go and then it goes back.
Yeah.
So we've got them with the pocketless uniforms, and it was because I don't know if I've actually seen Crusade.
I've got Crusade. Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah.
It was a while ago. I watched it the last time I watched.
There's that fantastic episode with actually the guy, I can't remember the actor's name, but he's the guy that played in The Room, but he also played an Earth Force character, and he's playing the same character in Crusade, but he's now with his exceedingly camp black fashion designer redoing the uniforms.
I can't remember that.
Oh, I know, because I know. But it's a really funny episode. What's low pockets? What does a captain need pockets for? You've got other people to carry things. It's very clever. But what they've done there is they've done that. So at some point, they're going to go back and explain. Apparently, at one point, because the crew didn't like the cast didn't like them either. At one point, there were rumors that they were going to destroy them and have a line in the show about the washing machines malfunctioning or something, so they could go back to wearing what were the original uniforms when they from the first episode.
Just goes to show the craziness of what people were doing.
Because they didn't, they didn't like the red uniforms. They preferred the original ones, which probably will come from that. So the crew wanted to go. The cast wanted to make this change as well.
Yeah, and when people are actually told you've got to, you look at Star Trek Next Generation. You ask them what ones they would want to wear. The original ones are the newer ones. Most of them are going to say the newer ones because they hated the original ones because they pulled too tight.
Yeah. Because
they looked okay when they were standing up or doing something, but if they had to stand up or sit down, it all just crunched in.
Well, they say is it because is it, but where Picard's always straightening his jacket, and Riker never sit. Riker spends half the time standing with one leg raised up because his trousers were so uncomfortable.
Apparently, he had back problems.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's just a case of it's crazy because people automatically assume that, oh, well, it was the fashion designers. They decided, no, but they actually did. And then people are turning around going, these are uncomfortable. They don't look good. Change them. And it's definitely not the consumers. The audience are saying it because 90% of the time, by the time they've changed, the audience are just seeing them. They change because they've already been filmed. So it's been.
I thought was an interesting thing is that one of these things, and it happened several times in B5 in particular, where the writers actually brought in encapsulated real life events. I mean, there's one, for example, there's an episode, very good episode with the Drazi, where where every 30 years or something they pull sashes and they fight. And
blue and the purple and the green.
Yeah. And the Ivanova injures her foot. That's because Claudia Christian had injured her foot. So they wrote that into the script.
She had what? She had injured her foot.
She'd injured her foot in real life in rehearsal or something. So what they did, they wrote it into the script.
So she was always sitting at meetings.
Yeah, but they wrote it into the script that Ivana was going to. So that Claudia Christian could still act and didn't need to just be shown sort of from the waist up or knees up or anything. So she could. So they wrote it. They wrote that in.
Yep. See, the thing is, Babylon 5 is just a super duper setup.
It is.
So,
it is.
It looks like we're actually down to one viewer. So yeah. And it could be my thing because I've got it on. So
it could be me because I've actually.
See, I've got it in the same. I've got the stream running, but that doesn't usually count me.
So that's interesting. So I've just closed my YouTube window. So, I don't know. And if you're interested, anyone's interested, anyone is. I say Thursdays 9:30, I think, on the Ambassador Wing channel. Very good. They've just started. They've just started doing Crusade. Just went all up about. We just started doing Crusade, and I think they're going to go on and do the Orville after that.
Oh, see, I'm avoiding the Orville.
Yeah,
season 1 and 2. I'm not watching 3. I'm not even watching reviews of 3. Occasionally, I'll go into Anti-Derivative Jill's channel because her reviews are quite good. And yes, it's not just everybody saying I really like it. It's some of them have got a case of I don't like it, or some of them saying I like it, but I can understand why yes. So at least there's Anti-Derivative Jill's.
Well, the weird thing is, I was watching the Rabbi's reviews of it, but Arch Warhammer was just dropped a video done, and I started watching that. Because he's doing a review of the whole thing, and different views and the stories, the rest of it. And I haven't watched all of it yet, but no, I mean, I think I gave up on an episode or two before you did it. I just wasn't interested enough to carry on watching it.
Yeah,
I think the last one I saw was the Topa episode, which I thought did have some very good ideas. But I'm not sure
the girl who played Topa was
she was fantastic.
So she was. And it had a feel-good ending, but it was the message they put right in the middle of it. So yes, the girl was a fantastic actress. The story had it's a feel-good ending because Topa comes out smiling.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's not the point. People are saying it's because it was transitioning, detransitioning. I didn't care. It was the message. If you've got Clyden, who's the most annoying characters, he's meant to be annoying because he's meant to be xenophobic, misogynist, because he only sees Mocklins as important, and Mocklins are a society of males, so he only sees males as important. He only speaks to females in the crew when he really has to, and he doesn't even take what they say as gospel. He just basically he has to talk to them, and it comes across that's what he's meant to be. You're meant to dislike him because of that. But if you get me to actually side with him, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, I must admit. I mean, again, that I thought that was with several of this. If that had been made, that exact same episode, no change, 10 years ago, I think our attitudes would have been quite different because we now expect these things to be good. We've seen so much.
The reason I understand what you're saying, but I don't think so because
fair enough.
The only reason I say I don't think so is because the message they gave is we can interfere because that's what we believe. So your family unit doesn't count. We'll agree with the person we agree with, and even though we're outside the family, we'll go behind your back to do it. And it's that attitude. So even 10 years ago, I think I would have had the exact same reaction to that because I felt they were saying the family doesn't matter, the collective matters. As long as we agree with it. But what I'm saying is, if they had the same message 10 years ago, I think a lot of people would have still had the exact same issue that you're going out with the family behind the back of the family.
Yeah, but I wonder how much. Again, it's the problem is it's difficult. You could never tell, is it? Because I get what you're saying, and I see that as well. But I wonder how much of that, even that, would have been. We would have necessarily seen that through that lens 10 years. I honestly don't know. I mean, I genuinely don't know. You know, I genuinely don't know.
And the reason I'm saying that, I understand where you're coming from, because when we're seeing something, we're going, it's automatically. So, like, if they change a character, like, for instance, Battlestar Galactica, I don't like the new one at all. But Starbuck was changed to female. But she was Starbuck because she had the same mannerisms as Starbuck from the original. She had the same sense of humor with Apollo, and it worked. So I didn't see it as that. Whereas if now when they change a character, I say they're only doing it because, yes, I understand that aspect of it. But what I'm saying is it wasn't. See, the thing is, did you know why I think they did it that way? Right? You've got the two male, right? One of them used to be female and get changed and is happy, right? So that's Clyden. So you would think Clyden would agree with it. However, who did you see sitting on the egg? Who did you see had to take time off work to deal with Topa? There's two dads, but you saw Bortus sitting on the egg, and Bortus was the one that had to take time off work, even though Clyden didn't work. And it was almost implying that Bortus is the female in the relationship. So now Bortus wants this and Clyden doesn't. Oh, well, that matters because of female. That part I can see, yes, that attitude would have been different 10 years ago, because we wouldn't have seen that as that's the female side they're taking. What I'm saying is the part I disagreed with was the fact is the crew interfered with a family decision. Didn't matter if because the two parents, the two dads in this case, should have been the ones that made that decision, not the crew out with. So I think that's the part I'm saying wouldn't have made any difference.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I get. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The thing is, I would be tempted to say that actually that whatever that is something that perhaps means it's worked as a story because it's made people think about these things. Whether you agree with them with what they did or not, it's made people think and discuss things. So that is a positive benefit, even if the story itself, even if from your perception of the story is negative.
I would have agreed if that was the only story that did something like that. It's then the next story. What did they do? They basically turned around and Gordon's wife, not his wife, because his wife would still be there, but his child and the one his wife was carrying, they effectively go back.
Yeah, I've seen that.
They obviously have twisted it so saying you cannot do this, you cannot change, because if you make a change, you'll create an alternate reality. And then they go back and make a change that creates an alternate reality. So the whole thing, the whole spiel basically meant nothing because they went back and did it anyway.
Yeah.
But the fact is, after they said, oh, we stopped him, aren't we great? And he goes, yeah, thanks. How weird was that for loving my family and didn't want you to kill them? And they basically all had a drink and celebrated. And he agreed it was a great idea. And I thought, if based on the fact is the previous one, basically turning around and saying the family unit doesn't matter, we can override it. And then this one, they've said the family unit doesn't matter to the point we made you effectively abort 2 children and you are happy with it as well. So it's the family. If that was on its own, I wouldn't have had, it would have been a case of I got annoyed, but I can understand it's just the way I've interpreted it. But the next episode, they did exactly the same, but only worse. And it's all to do with the family doesn't matter. It's the collective ideas that matter. Because the collective will go behind the parents' back if it suits them.
You're not the primary stakeholders in your children. The state is the primary stakeholder.
Yeah, that's effectively what they're saying. And the Orville effectively backed that up with their attitude in 2 episodes, one right after the other. And that's the point I turned around and went, no. Because the first time, yes, you might give them a wee bit of maybe I've just misinterpreted it. Second time, no, did misinterpret it. We just aborted 2 year kids.
Yeah.
Aren't we great? Let's have a drink and a party to celebrate.
When they've done it, when it's done well, where they're actually trying to make them take themselves seriously, it's a story that you can see both sides of, and that you which the original Star Trek, etc., did well. You do a story, and you can actually see both sides of it. And even though you may well come down on one side, you think, okay.
And even if they're trying to push one side, they're not actually saying there is only one side. Like, for instance, the Battlefield, their last Battlefield. They're effectively, they basically turns around and says, the two of them are the same, but he's black one side, he's white on the other side. And that's why they're fighting, because they don't see him. You half black, you half white. And Uhura says, but they're the same. And he goes, So they're effectively turning around and saying, treating people based on the colour of their skin is stupid.
That's
don't you agree? But they're effectively showing you from their side as well how their society built up around that. And it just got to the point they see them as violent and they see them as genocidal. So they had to fight to the end. So it showed you their side, even though they're saying we disagree with that side and we think they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
You at least used to do that. Whereas the Orville has effectively says, no, we're right. It doesn't matter. The other side is unimportant.
I think that actually what I think was, and I honestly don't know if it was intentional or not. I think one of the most telling, scenes was the previous episode, where it's a little bit that where, again, they're talking about abortion, and there's a little bit there, and
that was the one with the
also supposedly a Trump rally thing or whatever.
But, no. They mentioned that, but that was the one with the, what were they called? The krill.
Yeah.
The krill, and it's illegal. And we're going to show these two what the kid would have looked like.
Yeah. And I thought
that was showing. But do you know where it went wrong for me again? Because they're effectively turning around and saying, look, you've got a baby aborted. This is how great a baby you would have had. And then they go to the krill woman who had the kid with Ed, and he is so, I've got a kid now. I'm going to write a letter every day. So she knows at least when she wants to find out next episode, let's kill them. No problem.
Oh yeah, no. What I'm saying is,
it was basically a message that these people think it's immoral, so we're showing you what they're thinking of their morality of it. Then the next episode, they effectively says, "But we'll kill them, no problem."
No, what I'm getting is I think is that there's a line in that where Ed is horrified at seeing
them put through it. Yes,
put through it. Which for me, I thought, okay, well, this is the. I don't know what they call them, the left, whatever you want to call them, biggest fear being made to face the consequences of their actions. That is where I thought it scored. And I said, I honestly don't know.
Yes, because it showed you both sides. But the fact is, what they did was the next episode, the one after it, they effectively said everything that Ed felt there was erased. Because Ed was, I've got a kid and I'll write a letter every day because I'm really pleased. Oh, by the way, your 2 kids, we're getting rid of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree. Now, what I'm saying is,
you know how I would have fixed that episode? You could still have it exactly the same way. Do you know how I would have fixed it?
He leaves.
Gordon leaves. It was Gordon's final episode. So you think right up until that point, this is he's leaving because he's gone back in time and they're going to let him live there. They're basically, because they've pulled it up and there he's in the historical records. They can't say, oh, well, because we didn't know about time travel, we never checked historical records and suddenly we found this guy who has got the same name as this guy and he looks similar. So, but the fact is, they're looking at the historical records. He might have already been back in time, and it's no changed anything. So they say that's the way to do it. But they decide to go back and bring him out beforehand, and then they tell him, and he gets fucking angry and leaves. And it gives the opportunity, if he wants to come back as the bad guy in a later episode, to get his revenge. Yeah. And to me, that's how it would have fixed it, because they're effectively saying, aren't we great for that? And then, no, you're no. You fucking just killed my 2 kids. I'll get you, and leaves anyway. So they didn't want to lose him. And because the way they did, they lost him anyway. But not only did they lose him, they lost him as a friend as well. And it would have been more that way. And I think if it was his final episode, it would have worked far superior. But
I don't know if... Sorry, go on, Alex.
Yeah, well, I did watch the last episode of The Orville, and they ended it on a wedding.
Was it...
Went, what the whole point of it?
Was it with the doctor?
It was Isaac.
The doctor on a vibrator.
Yeah.
They're a surprise. She married a vibrator.
Yeah.
So just call her Wanda Maximoff. Dr. Wanda Maximoff. Also married a vibrator.
Aye, because she basically, the Vision, it's basically she got angry because her vibrator broke, so she kidnapped all those kids and tortured the whole thing. But it's not okay, it's her problem, no problem for anybody.
I'll never understand.
I'll never understand how much exactly, because her vibrator broke, and now they've got somebody else marrying a vibrator.
Yeah. How can I put it? The ending to Orville, I think, well, hopefully there's not going to be a season 4 now.
I know. I did look, and I did actually.
Everybody's going on about, let's get this done. We need a season 4. Well, I forgot about season 3 until I started watching season 3.
Well,
I was hopeful because we did a stream. Season 3, it's not as good as the first 2 seasons, but it's looking good. It looks as if it's going to be positive, and then it went zoom.
Yeah. Well, I think I noticed one thing. I think actually the Orville actually suffered from is an extra 10-15 minutes length, because it's I think in some ways they I'm just doing the check. It's still showing on IMDb as 3 seasons, but you look at For All Mankind is already showing up as season 4.
Yeah, but the thing is, if somebody's got IMDb Pro, they can actually put up season 4 unknown, and just.
Oh, is the one for the Orville? Is that?
No, I'm saying they can. For All Mankind, somebody's thinking, well, season 4 is probably going to get done, so they've got a season 4 page, and they know there's going to be 10 episodes. So the episode in unknown, that type of thing. So they don't know anything about it. So you look at, there's certain ones out there that people think are going to be another season. Tells you episode 1, date unknown, and nothing about it.
Well, no, it's got episode 1, 2023.
Aye, but it's not got a date. That's the problem.
But apparently they've started filming, so Alex informs me. But I mean, what intrigued? I'm slightly intrigued. I want to look into. I've seen things coming up. Doomcock, and I think was one person mentioned that about
can't be Doomcock. Accordingly, Doomcock's dead.
What?
Did you not see the Twitter?
No.
Someone's put out a Twitter saying you do not.
Sorry to hear Doomcock has passed away.
Which is his. But he says, this is rumour, and I always take it with a grain of salt. That's what Doomcock always puts it.
Doomcock always says this. This is rumour. Please take it with a grain of salt. So they basically said there's the room. They've seen in 4chan that Doomcock has passed away. My condolences to his family and friends. At the moment, this is rumour. Please take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
So basically, Doomcock's come back and says, nope, I'm actually streaming when I saw this.
He's actually come back, has he?
Basically, I saw a reply. Basically, I was streaming
the last I noticed on that was someone was saying that.
Yeah, but basically, everybody knew it was a piss take because
it was Friday.
Used his line, but there was a few people.
I think it was Friday on the.
He's on his own channel. He did his own channel Friday.
No. I think I saw it. I think it was on Friday with you and Roman.
Yeah.
When we were on the Father's stream.
Yeah, we were talking about it then, because that was the one I brought it up, and it was a case of accordingly he was streaming with somebody else, and they replied to it saying,
"Oh, right, okay, no, I hadn't seen that."
Here.
But
You could tell it was an obvious joke, just for the simple fact is this is a rumor. Please take it with a grain of salt, and it's exactly what Doomcock says. So somebody's taking the piss out of him. Based on the fact that he's doing rumours that nobody can substantiate.
He dropped a video about Klutzman apparently threatening that if he doesn't get Picard Next Generation movie, he's going to kill everybody off in Picard. Good. I thought that Picard season 3 was supposed to have already been done. I thought they were supposed to have done season 2 and 3 back to back. So if that's the case, then if that's the case, then unless they do massive reshoots, he can't. So I don't understand that rumor that if it's already done and in the can, even if they got post production to come on, they're going to have to do reshoots, unless they do
an exploding ship.
Well, I mean, the only thing that does occur to me is they did that with. I mean, they had to, but they did it with one of the reasons why I never watched the last season of The Expanse.
Halfway through season 4.
I watched season 5 and it was boring as hell.
Well, season 4 I didn't even get through halfway.
But one of the actors, there was a lot of one of the actors, the guy that plays Cassanvar is the actor's name. I can't remember the character he plays, the Martian.
Yeah,
one of the best characters. Yeah. He got Me Too'd. Right, and apparently there were a lot there were a lot of accusations, but as far as I'm aware, it never ever went. He denied it categorically.
Of course, basically, that's the technical. People can see what they want and get you cancelled without any proof.
It never went any further. But apparently, what really annoyed me, apparently one of the guys behind getting him cancelled was the other fucking lead actor, the cunt that plays Amos. Apparently, that actor was one of the ones that got cast out. But what they did, they had a final shot in the last episode of season 5, which was clearly a screen grab of him floating, and they put blood on CGI that he in other words, they killed him off screen.
Mm-hmm.
And then what really pissed me off, I did actually see the first episode of the new season. They come out and Amos fucking turns around and touches a plait in his memory. Like, you cunt, you're the bastard that got him fired. But I must admit, I never went back to it. I didn't watch the rest of the season.
Yeah, but the thing is, remember, these people who get somebody fired, they're not touching it in the memory. They're touching it going,
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the character was obviously doing it because obviously they were close as characters. But, I mean, that's the only way they could do. You could do some slight reshoot and have the Next Generation crew killed off screen.
Yeah,
that's about the only way you could do it.
The thing is, all they do is they actually just bring in a thing and just it comes in off the screen and just goes. Shh.
Yeah. But I mean, to be quite honest, I don't actually care because, as far as I'm concerned,
see, the thing is,
none of it is
because I stopped watching the stuff that's coming out. Yeah. That's why, I gave Wheel of Time because we were going to talk about it. We had high hopes of it, but truthfully, after the first minute, I knew it was going to be crap. So the rest of it was just it was basically me actually sitting in a dentist chair with a drill, going, "No problem. I don't need Vicky actually Novocaine. I'll just do this here because it's effectively." Go to see the dentist and picking actually Little Shop of Horrors.
As far as I'm concerned, everything post the first 2009 movie, which actually I saw and I was really worried about, and the first movie, when I first saw it, I was okay, that's clever way they've done that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. It was a good way to reboot the series without touching the old stuff. But they could reboot it because it's an alternate reality, and because Spock had come back, things have changed. So they didn't need to follow the same storylines.
Oh yeah,
Spock and the reason they didn't need to follow the same storylines then Khan wouldn't have actually done that because Spock already knew it was going to happen and warned him, so somebody else went to find that ship. So this didn't happen because Spock already knew about it and let that person know or let these people know. So he's basically known him coming back has changed reality. It changed it to an alternate timeline.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
doing his guide in that timeline, so Disney. So they could. To me, the premise of it was really good way of to reboot something without affecting anything.
Yeah,
that means they didn't need to touch anything. Anything that's already existed didn't matter in this line.
As far as I'm concerned, everything after that, I don't give a shit when it's set. Everything after that is alternate timeline. Somehow, Spock, went back another 50 years. So just the prime timeline. None of it is, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't give a shit if they kill off Picard. Well, they've already killed off Picard, but as far as I understand it.
That's why they call it the Kelvin timeline. But the good thing is, see if that movie just let it, even though it wasn't a great movie, but it was a very good premise because they've effectively says we want to reboot this franchise from the beginning with Kirk. But how do we do that without pissing people off? They bring Spock back, which means it creates an alternate timeline.
Oh yeah,
so in effect, no, but that's what I'm saying. In effect, they've done the move. The people who did it have said, now we can start from the beginning because everything there doesn't matter what we do. It's not affecting it because we've told them this is an alternate timeline. So it's not going to impact. So if we've suddenly got transporters 5 years early, or we've got a ship that looks like the Enterprise D 5 years early, that's okay because it's not affecting timeline. So they had a good premise of it, but the problem is they didn't want that. They wanted it to be crap. So as you said, Picard is on that timeline. All these are on that timeline, so they're unimportant. They're unimportant. They're crap.
I've not watched them.
I've not watched any of them.
I had zero interest in watching Picard. I was neutral. Patrick Stewart opened his mouth and said it's about Trump and Brexit, and I thought, okay, thank you, goodbye. I then heard about it and died. When I stopped throwing up, I decided I was out. But my understanding is,
as soon as I heard that, I laughed and says, I'm glad I'm not watching it. Simple as that, because see, as soon as it's the same as when they turn around like the wheels of the Rings of Power. You got the interviews. It's all about diversity. It's all about representation. I just go click off. Yeah. No, you've not told me what the story is. So
absolutely.
If you can't tell me what the story is, then anything you're saying is unimportant. If you come up and say this is about this is about that, we're going to have this character does this has done this, it's about that, and they do not mention anything political or anything like that, then that actually sounds like I'll give it a chance. But as soon as they come out and say, you've never seen this type of person before because it's giving its empowerment to this and you have more of this, and you're sitting there thinking, no.
Absolutely.
See the article, Rings of Power, how gay will it be?
Yes, I mean, when I sort of, I mean, as far as I understand it, and again, I'm having to say this from what I've seen, Picard is definitely set in the Kelvin timeline because there's a bit where he didn't save Romulus. So therefore that means in the timeline. The problem is that if you look at it on a timeline, Disgracery takes place
in another timeline.
No. Hold on a second. I could be wrong that one. Because they're saying that Disgracery takes place in the prime timeline. But if that's
that's the thing, they can't because it has to be 25% different.
No, not even that. But I'm just trying to think this through. But if it's 10 years before,
well, how did they have holograms?
Yeah, well, no, not so much that. If it's 10 years before, TOS. That's okay.
10 years before Enterprise.
No, it's 10 years before the original series.
Oh God!
It's not before Enterprise. It's 10 years before TOS, because otherwise you couldn't have Spock or any of that.
That's true, I suppose.
Yeah. But true. No, but I'm just thinking, but actually, no, that still means it's, let's say, I don't know how old Kirk is supposed to be in the original series, but let's say he's 30. That means it's still 20 years after the event that diverged the timeline. So, no, that's okay. It's all in the same shit timeline. I don't care. Yeah. They've got they haven't got a leg to stand on. It's all completely and utterly different. It's completely.
Yeah, but as soon as they created an alternate timeline, the Kelvin timeline, anytime now they do something that tries to touch the original one, but it changes it, then say, well, it's a different timeline. Yeah. No, it's no, it's no. Yes, you have. You've just put in your program, you got a Kelvin timeline. So any changes you make, but I mean, now means that is a different timeline. Yeah, I think you might say, up until this point, Spock did this, but as soon as you say, but this happens, well, that never mentioned at all. And it's so Spock not having a sister, that means you're in a different timeline.
He was, they were all sworn. But
that's what I'm saying. It makes a logical sense. It makes no logical sense because also Union Singh's relative served with Spock.
God,
how the hell could he not know who Khan Union Singh was if he served with one of his relations? However, it was never mentioned, so that shows that it has to be in an alternate timeline. End of story. Because of that. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't matter what their argument says. Well, you put the alternate timelines in this franchise, so any diversion means it's an alternate timeline. Yeah. And you that's what I'm saying.
You can safely ignore. I mean, that's why you can safely ignore anything after 2009.
Oh,
no, you could safely ignore anything. I think I'm right. After Enterprise, I don't think there were any movies after Enterprise either.
I don't think so, no, because even the Enterprise, I sort of liked it. It wasn't the greatest. I hated the Zindi and the time travel cops and stuff.
Yeah, I wasn't.
I hated all that aspect of it. And there've been 2 Enterprises out there, and T'Pau is basically
that was
the Enterprise, but Kirk met her later on, and it just didn't make sense. It just don't bring T'Pau into it, don't bring this into it, don't bring that into it. And how can you have better technology than your other ship? So they've got all these dials and buttons and screens. Sorry, you need to have it less than the original. It's orange buttons and feeders and stuff like
that. The problem you've got, I mean, you're always going to have one particular problem with doing a prequel.
Is it has to look, and they can't because they don't know how to make it look cheap.
Well, not so much. No. I disagree with that. Well, I would disagree with you there. I will point you towards Star Trek Continues. If you've never seen that, watch it. Season 5. Change of actors, but it all looks like classic Trek.
Yeah, you look at Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah, again.
But what I'm saying is, sorry, maybe I misspoke, and not a case of they don't know how to. I'm meaning is they don't know how to because it all has to be flying bells and whistles.
Exactly.
So, you need buttons to do that. Oh no, because you could use a hologram here and it does this. But that means that you can't have it in because the original series, it doesn't matter. People will accept it because they know it's now done, so we can do this. And that's what I mean. They can't do it.
The one I think that
don't see it as possibility to make it look cheap. They want it to look spectacular.
Exactly. There is one thing which is almost impossible to overcome. And it's very similar to the one anachronism we have in any historical thing, in reenactment, historical movies, anything prior to about 1700.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the language.
Yeah, of course.
You've got that. It's completely different, but what you've got is technology always advances. So it's very difficult, I would say. Not impossible, like I said. They managed to do it on a budget on Star Trek Continues, but it's very difficult to do on a long-term thing. Something that looks like it was filmed and made in the 60s when it's made in the 90s or the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I liked very much the idea that what Enterprise did well, I think, was when they paid homage to the original series or when they filled in things. So I like the fact that that they went to Vulcan, and I'm not enough of a geek to know how well that fits with the established history of Vulcan. Okay, so 200 years before the original, or what it was, that's when the Vulcans really went for the logic thing. So I don't know how that fits in with this with the time. But I like the idea of that. I've got no problem Vulcans. I've got no problem going meeting a young T'Pau. Hey, not Brian.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The thing
but having to pull Enterprise. No,
right.
You're doing that.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that's why I hate prequels, because they always try and bring in somebody you've met before.
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't.
If you want to do a prequel, make it years ahead, so the two don't cross, so you don't have anybody. It's the same. It's like, do you know what it's like? It is like, oh, what was that bloody program?
It's like doing the Rings of Power and having not hobbits.
Do you know what it was like? Do you know what it was like? The prequels, Star Wars prequels, the one that people just called the prequels.
Yeah.
Right? So they've suddenly got Anakin builds C-3PO and he has R2-D2. And yeah, you see other robots that have got the exact same design as C-3PO.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's built it himself. Yeah, there's other robots in the Empire of the exact same design.
Yeah,
just but I mean, and they're different colours.
I don't mind, and as I said, I mean,
like I can accept maybe he built it from a kit and just programmed it himself. Yeah. However, why did they bring them in? Because they're robots, so they would be constantly updated. Because at Uncle Owen, that's why they went to get those droids, because they keep breaking down. So you're not going to have a droid from 20, 30 years ago. You're going to actually get a new model. So why would they go and take them to and wipe their memories?
Oh, the biggest thing for me with the prequels was that I'd had the impression that the Empire had been around for decades, if not centuries, not 16 years. But going back to the Star Trek, I mean, I don't mind if you're going to do that. If you occasionally meet up with someone who could have been there, as I said, we know Vulcans are very long-lived. So, T'Pau being an example, yeah, okay. So Archer meets her, which gives her something, which is one reason why she's in the future. She is more better disposed towards the Federation, etc., etc. You know, that's why that's why she's in fight. But that, I mean, I liked the way they tried, for example, to explain the difference in the Klingons. Yes. I thought that was a really clever idea. Bringing
because the original series they didn't have Regis. The
only problem with that
was that means the people who are the shunned because they don't have Regis, they let them go out, and they were the ones that actually met everybody.
The only problem with that is that there were at least one, if not two or three characters, John Colicos being one, who
do you know the only one that worked for me? Which I didn't really like the movie, but do you know the one that worked for me?
What?
First Class.
Yep, I like that.
Right. Yeah.
Because he walked in, there's Wolverine, exactly how he looks just now, and they said, and he goes, fuck off. And that was it.
Yeah.
Basically, because that works, because how would he remember meeting him? It was just two people walked in, said something to him, he told him to fuck off, and that was the last thing. So yes, you could. Could you remember somebody you met 30 years ago, 40 years ago? No,
because you wouldn't. Yeah, but I know what I'm saying. I mean, the only problem I think with there is one problem with the Klingon thing, and that's that there were several characters in DS9, one of them being Baltar, John Colicos, who play the same character, who played the original series character, but in DS9 era Klingon makeup. That breaks it.
Yes.
Unfortunately, there's but the
thing is, they didn't need to change it. Do you know why they didn't need to change it? Because we accepted that those were Klingons, those were Klingons.
Yeah, but I mean, exactly.
Like, for instance, when Trials and Tribulations and they go back.
I was going to say exactly that, yeah.
And Worf says, those are Klingon. We just don't talk about it.
Exactly, yeah.
That's all you needed. It's just a case of, listen,
that's
it.
I like that, and I like that. I like the ones,
That worked because we knew, they've changed the way the Klingons look. It actually makes them look better because obviously it was just green face, the pointy little moustaches and eyebrows, and you thought it actually looks better. So yes, you take the two of them and think that was just one filmed in the 60s. It didn't have the makeup expertise.
That's the one. That's the one thing you have to. Yeah, you have. So
we were okay with that, but as soon as they made an explanation to try it in, people actually started having issues with it because it made sense after that.
As I said, I mean, apart from those characters, I liked it. I mean, I thought some of the things they did, they brought in, they refer to things that had been referred to in the original series. I quite like that. The biggest, I mean, actually one of the biggest, I think one of the most impressive things about Enterprise, and something that modern showrunners could do with learning from, was the final episode of Enterprise.
Oh God, no!
No, hold on. Let me finish. Not the final episode of Enterprise, but Brannon Braga's response afterwards. Oh shit! You're absolutely right. That was a terrible mistake. We should never have done it. Brannon Braga admitted that they should not have done that last episode. Can you imagine any current era showrunner saying, "Oh no, the fans are right. That was about we had good intentions. We wanted to try to tie it in, but it didn't work, and it was a bad idea."
Yeah, it was. Just ignore it. Just to pretend this episode didn't happen.
Yeah,
we'll just.
As I said, I mean, Brannon Braga said just said Brannon Braga come and said that.
Yeah,
the interesting is
that respect, but no, that's
what I mean. Yeah,
it was all built up,
not the episode itself.
All built up to this speech, and
you never fucking saw.
You never hear it, and they go end program.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this was basically all holiday. So all those people you saw doing this, that's just.
I mean, to be honest, I think to be honest, if they hadn't had that last bit, if they'd had him go, even if they hadn't,
he stepped out to speak and it faded out.
Yeah, even that would have been okay.
You don't need to know. All you know is that
it would. Yeah, it would be nice if they'd, if they'd done it. But if they'd finished there, yeah, okay. I mean, there's a series of novels, Enterprise novels, which are effectively Enterprise Season 5, and the first one actually goes back and I won't say undoes, but it enables you to carry on with Trip after him apparently being killed in that episode.
Yeah. I don't know. I've not seen that. But
I mean, it's I've read some of them, but basically, it's a case of Section 31 involved and he fakes his death. So that because that was one of the big things that people hated. But you could have done that. It's just the very end. But most of the things that I must admit, I did not like the multi thing of the World War II one. I didn't like that. I thought that was a rather unnecessary time travel one. I really, really, really liked their 2-part mirror universe story. not least because it was entirely disconnected. It was nothing to do. It was completely outside of the main universe Enterprises, to the fact that they even went to the extent of changing the credit titles for that, specifically for those 2 episodes.
Yeah, but the problem is with that then, how do they, if it's happened before, how do the people higher up not know about it?
No, it hasn't. That's the point. The only connection, the only connection between that entire 2-part episode and the main timeline is the fact that the ship that
I'm not talking about the main timeline. I'm talking about the mirror timeline. So how did, when Kirk and all that happened, they weren't aware of something like that because
it hadn't happened. Because there is no connection between the Enterprise, the first connection you get, the first connection you get between the mirror universe and the normal universe is the vessel that is captured by the Tholians in the Tholian web. It's clicked into the mirror universe, and it's clicked back in time. There it is discovered by the mirror universe, Archer, etc. Everything that happens in those 2 episodes is entirely mirror universe. There is none of this like DS9 where they flip back and forth. That is an entirely mirror universe story. It's nothing to do with the main timeline.
I know what you're saying, but as soon as they've entered the mirror universe, then why did the mirror universe version of the Federation not be aware of it?
Because they didn't know about the alternate universe. They didn't know where this ship came from. They didn't know that all they knew is this ship had turned up, this USS Defiant or whatever it was, if I remember right. That was it. It had come back from somewhere else. They came across this ship. Whether or not, I would think that Empress Hoshi never told anybody where her power came from. In which case, she was the only person. Was it Mayweather? The only people who knew that. No, I can't remember all the details, but
yeah, no, I'm saying it is. I'm saying I can't remember. It's probably. I remember I said that Enterprise I thought was okay, but yeah. I just got fed up. So I probably missed that episode.
Season 4 was my favorite episode, but it's really because it is literally to the fact that even the credit titles,
I heard that,
not the same ones. I'm not sure. I can't remember offhand if it's the same theme tune, but even the credit titles are credit titles events in the mirror universe.
It's a mirror universe version. I did hear about that. Have you seen the Sandman? I have not seen the Sandman. I don't have a Netflix account, but truthfully, I've not even heard of what the Sandman's about. I don't know anything about it.
I think it's a Neil Gaiman.
Gaiman
comic, isn't it?
If it's Neil Gaiman, then definitely no. And the thing is, remember, I don't really care enough about new stuff. It's the old stuff I care about. That's the unfortunate thing with me. I don't care enough about new stuff. But no, I haven't even heard about it. And if it's a Neil Gaiman one, somebody could have mentioned it to me. Mentioned it's Neil Gaiman, and I've just ignored it because I don't like anything he does.
I did see. I think the Rabbi's done a couple of reviews of the first. I don't know how many episodes there are in the series. I think he's done. I think the Rabbi thing is I've seen. I haven't watched them. A couple of reviews of that of episodes 1 to 3 and 4 to 6. I think so. That which these days may be the whole series. I don't know.
I don't even know what it's about. Is it about somebody falling asleep? Then the Sandman's been here because I'm getting ready because it's 12:10.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll need to actually start finishing off. Brian, sorry, not seen the Sandman, and I've not even heard about it. Not seen any reviews of it. I've not even seen any watch-alongs, anything about it. It's Neil Gaiman. I don't like him, so I don't really like his stuff. Didn't like a lot of his Doctor Who stuff. I didn't like. The only reason I like Good Omens is because it was I liked the Terry Pratchett book.
Meant
I
to
just
be.
I didn't really like the TV show as much. I thought the book was far better, and the TV show was just a pale carbon copy. But I'm an old grumpy bugger, so
That's the IMDb for it. God, sorry, no, that's not Lucifer because it's not Tom Ellis.
Lucifer. That's basically. I know who Lucifer. I've seen. Lucifer.
No, it's there is a. Then I think it's just there's a picture of supposedly Lucifer in Sandman, and I think that's a Lucifer from the comics because the Tom Ellis Lucifer is very different from the Lucifer in the comics.
Right. So the only Lucifer I remember was that crappy TV show.
Oh, how dare you!
I didn't like it at all.
Oh, I did.
I did. And I went out. It's the same as this one here. You've got Jenna Coleman. Don't like her. John Dee. I like him.
Oh yeah, Jenna Coleman. Okay, so. Oh dear God.
Patton Oswalt. Oh, fucking definitely not. Will I watch that?
I get massively confused because there's a Patton Oswalt. And it's a Patton Oswalt. And Patton Oswalt, I know, is a black English actor who I know mainly for being the villain in one of the earliest episodes of...
No, Patton Oswalt is the one who was in Anchors... What was it? Down Periscope.
Oh, was he? No, because I see
he only had a wee bit part. He was, remember the Sparks? He was the one that sat behind him. So he basically had a wee bit part, but he's the mouthy guy who's telling you we're going to shite all over your stuff. And he basically, I wouldn't touch anything with him in it. So Sandman, if he's in it, no, I wouldn't watch it.
Okay.
He is basically, if you do a search with him, you'll see some of the shite he's come away with.
I would ask you one question, Ryan. For you, very simple question. Is Jenna Coleman's character a gender-swapped character?
Well, remember, it takes 30 seconds, so what we do?
No, I'm just wondering, on the grounds that...
And there
is a John Constantine.
There's John Constantine. Yeah. I remember that's basically the comic book Constantine.
Yes, because there was a series. He had. He had a series on his own, and he was also in. Constantine was also in.
Don't ask me what happened. My system just went glitch.
What's that? Because John Constantine had a series of his own, which was quite good. I quite enjoyed.
Was that not the one that Keanu Reeves was wanting to actually star as?
No, Keanu Reeves was in the movie of it, I think. But no, it was a TV series with Matt. I forget the gentleman's surname. But who also then went on to be in Legends of Tomorrow for a while. And
that was another part started off was quite good.
And in one of the crossovers, there's a crossover of Legends of Tomorrow where Constantine actually contacts Lucifer, and Lucifer, and that's it. Tom Ellis makes a one-off cameo appearance in that one. Yeah, again, I quite enjoyed Legends of Tomorrow at first until they got. I think it was best when they had Rory Williams in it. Even if he was pretending to be someone else, it was still Arthur Darvill. But again, it seemed to go down. But I think a lot of them went downhill. A lot of the Arrowverse CW shows.
I can't know, because they basically decided that there's too many people liking this stuff, but it's too toxic, so let's change it all up.
Yeah,
and that was the problem. It's basically they changed everything to. Yeah, no, it's just basically they all just went. I watched The Flash initially. I think I watched.
Yeah, I did.
a couple of seasons, and I like the fact that they had the original Flash as the father, and I love that. So, and I thought it was going in there, and then they started bringing in all this crap about he's in love with her, and but he's their brother, almost like brother and sister, and you're sitting there thinking, so the two of them have been brought up by him, and they're almost like brother and sister, but they're going to have a relationship. Weird as shite. Don't care what.
Yeah.
To me, if you bring two people up as family, and then you're going to be okay with them having a relationship.
I think I actually managed to watch the Arrowverse shows until now. I watched the crossover event where the villains were the Nazi Supergirl and Nazi Green Arrow. I
didn't see any of the crossovers.
I think I watched the next series up until the part of the crossover where Batwoman turned up, and I think I know the last I watched of the Arrowverse, all of them. I never watched Batwoman until
I remember
they went on the hiatus, and I never came back after the hiatus.
I watched the first season of Supergirl. I watched the first couple of seasons of Flash, and I watched the first season of Legends of Tomorrow. Never watched the Arrow. I never watched anything else.
Arrow was quite interesting, I thought.
I didn't actually see any of them. So,
what I've heard is that the Flash is going to season 9 next year, right?
Yep.
It's the last season.
Yeah.
So apparently, the Arrowverse is coming to an end.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't watch it, so I never saw any of the crossovers.
The best thing they should do, and I saw a couple of pictures, the best thing they can do with the Arrowverse is take Grant Gustin, put him in place of Ezra Miller. He should have been the Flash because he's a good actor. He seems to have taken all this. But I mean, what I find massively ironic with the CW is the reason Supergirl, which is the only one which did not start as a CW show, was moved from
wherever channel you're on about the
CBS, I think it was. The only reason it was moved from there to season 2 onwards on the season
because they did the crossover episode.
Enough viewing figures.
Gotcha.
Right. The viewing figures that got Supergirl demoted to the CW was something like 6 million viewers, which is probably as much as any 3 CW series got, and they all still managed to survive.
Yeah.
I mean, the viewing figures on the CW for most of their shows were. I mean, I actually liked Supergirl, and I managed to survive. I managed to survive through a lot of it. But what was really interesting to notice was that all of a sudden you get season 2. All of a sudden, Supergirl's sister suddenly discovers that she's gay. The whole of season 2 is heading towards her and her lover's wedding, which is not necessarily it's a soap opera thing, but nothing necessarily wrong with that as a storyline. But then the actress playing the girl, the love interest, leaves, and all of a sudden the writers have actually got to come up with a story. It went. I mean,
the problem is as well is, believe it or not, you're saying about it's more of a soap opera, but it's not. It is a Supergirl comic book hero. So if you want to make it a soap opera, then why should we watch it? Because we don't like soap. We don't watch it because it's a soap opera. We watch it because it's a comic.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. As a concept for a storyline, in a storyline, not the major.
Yeah, but that's the problem is they made it a main storyline.
Between season 1 and season 2 is the sister suddenly discovers she's gay. But but apart from that, but they just, as you said, the CW is famous for fifis in hallways.
Yeah,
everything, it degenerates.
It's dire for that. It's the same as even early shows I used to hate. Remember that Will and Grace? Do you know the two best characters in that Will and Grace?
I saw it.
Just Jack and Karen.
I never saw. I saw it. I was aware of it, but I don't think I ever saw much of it.
No, the two good characters were Jack and Karen, because Jack was just so flamboyant. It was just Jack, and then you had Karen, who was the alky thingy, but the two of them were funny. The two of them were entertaining, but the main characters were dull as dishwater.
Is it Will and Grace, or was either that one, or there was another similar where the lead actor went on to be the main character for about 6 seasons of Criminal Minds, and it was such an utterly different character. He was such a good actor, you would not even know it unless you saw pictures of them side by side.
Yeah,
I think it was Will and Grace that the lead, but I think
I've never seen an episode of Law and Order. Never one episode.
The Law and Order shows were actually quite good, because they actually started off. The whole idea of that is that you start off, the first bit is the criminal investigation, and the second half is the court.
Yeah,
See,
do you know the only type of cop type shows I like is things like NCIS or CSI. I don't care enough. I don't care about I've never liked court ones. Never. So in with a court.
You never watched Crown Court then?
No.
Well, we're not talking Perry Mason.
Maybe it was because I used to grow up. My mum used to watch Crown Court, and I had to sit and watch it because we only had one TV. So if I wanted to watch my stuff, I had to watch that waiting so I could get the TV so I could switch it over. So I hate court dramas.
No, that's fair enough. They're not for everybody.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The good thing is that's exactly it. I know Law and Order's very popular.
Well, the interesting thing is that they actually had 2 or 3 series or 4 seasons of Law and Order UK, and double Doctor Who connection, because the main character in Law and Order UK was played by one Bradley Walsh, and 2 good Doctor. The only decent thing about Chimble's Who, and one of the 2.
Friedrich Hageman.
Yeah, one of the 2 lawyers was played by Femi Ragiman. So she went from being
companion.
She went from being a companion. The other main cop for about the first thing until he was actually killed off was actually Jeremy Bamber, after he come away from
Battlestar
Galactica. But
see, you've talked 2 things that Doctor Who, the new stuff. I watched it up until a set point, and I never watched it again. Don't even watch reviews of it. I am aware of it because obviously Friday Night Tights talks about it, and the erotic as they talk about it individually in their channel. So I'm aware of what's happened in the Rabbi stuff. So I'm aware of it. I've never seen reviews of it. And Law and Order, never watched. I've never even heard of the UK one. I knew there was things like Law and Order Special Victims Unit, Law and Order this, Law and Order that. But it's the same as things like NCIS. I watch NCIS. I don't give a toss about NCIS Miami, NCIS or CSI New York, or I don't care about the offshoot programs. That I've never watched the offshoot. I've never even watched them to see if they're any good. Because
I watched the offshoot ones of CSI, but I don't mean. As far as I'm concerned, my favourite cop show.
Columbo.
Give me the
Hill Street Blues. Hill Street Blues, and then NYPD Blue.
See, Hill Street Blues, yes. NYPD Blue, never watched. Hill Street Blues, yes. And my favourite character was
Belka.
Yes. Bun it on and stuff like that. Belka was just funny as hell. And he was a really good actor because I see him in other stuff. You're thinking, is that the same guy? You're sitting there thinking, nah.
He did a guest in one episode of The West Wing as a not an evil character, because none of the characters were evil. They weren't quite as bad as it would be if they made it these days. But as a not a nice, as a tough,
Somebody
not
with,
a goody character.
Questionable morals.
Not necessarily. I mean, it was just that he was the opposition, and he was, and he was. He wasn't even the thing wasn't even really long enough. It was literally a guest appearance one episode, but he was one of the opposition senators who wasn't happy with what was going on and thought he was being disrespected. Rather, that was it. But yeah, quite different. Daniel J. Travanti, who played, what the fuck was the captain's name? He did.
Yeah, I know when you found it.
Yeah, he did a guest in, I think it's in one of the Law and Order criminal special victims ones, as a pedo, and he was a superb actor in that one.
Yeah,
they do these. So yeah, but I said, I mean, those, because they were. I mean, it's interesting to notice. We never got as far as the 80s, did we, Alex? But
no, we will do one day. Yeah, we will do,
because you notice you've got this change up until a certain point. Most cop shows either side of the pond are either buddy shows, so Starsky and Hutch, The Professionals.
Funny enough about Starsky and Hutch, my mother started watching that now.
Yeah,
because it's repeating it.
Kathleen Lacey, I can't think off the top of my head from all of which. Possibly something like Cat's Eyes, although that was more of a what was a buddy one, but that was also look, it's women, which is not bad series. But all they were the long off.
You also remember things like Frost, and he had his sidekick. He had
but I'm saying
Neville from Advida's Pet. What was he called?
But I mean, but they came later. You got this weird thing in the 70s into the 80s. So you start off, you got, and then it goes from, and I think Hill Street Blues was the first one. Because the other thing was your Columbos and your Kojaks, which was your one main character, different story each week, no connection to anything. At least your buddy cop shows, a lot of them had at least some degree of change in progress on it. Yeah. And then you suddenly get this. Hill Street Blues was the first one, which is a full-up ensemble cast. Yeah. Yes, Captain Furillo is the main. Yeah, the main character is Captain Furillo. Furillo is the main character.
Yeah. And the sergeant and stuff like that.
And Joyce is him. But everybody else, even them to a degree, get roughly equal time over the series. Everybody's got, Helen Renko get their storylines. Yeah. As you said, you've got Washington and
Washington was the girl and the guy, wasn't it?
No, Washington was the colored guy, and then he was with the ex-drunk.
Oh, aye. They were a very good. They were a very good.
They were. They were all. Yeah, so you get that.
When you had the two detectives, one white guy and one black guy.
Yeah.
I didn't think they meshed as well. Neither did they, but I think the two of them meshed well because they just the two guys driving around the car gabbing.
Yeah. But exactly, you get these things. So there were buddy elements to it, but they were, as you said, you had the sergeant every time, who sadly the actor passed away, so they killed him off because they actually killed the character off rather than retire him, and so on. But then then because Hill Street was supposed to be set in New York, but it was never said that it was in New York. It was never said where Hill Street was, but it was basically supposed to be New York. Then you've got NYPD Blue, which definitely was New York.
NY.
Yeah, but that was a. I get that again. That was an ensemble show, but the main characters were more forefront than the others.
Yeah.
I'm
starting to flag here, so we need to actually start looking at that now. It's only because I'm literally, as I said, I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning.
Well, Colin, I'm just going to let you know, if we ever do a look back at the 80s, I'm including the Files from Police Squad in.
Yeah.
See, that sounds a good idea. I look back at the 80s, so we could just talk about things like Hill Street Blues, bloody Starsky and Hutch, even Canyon Lacey, which I never watched, but my mum loved.
That's where we started, because we started off on FFSI, well, Alex's idea, and he dragged me in and a few others. And if you look at our first few streams, they're mainly look back at cult classic TVs of the UK or the US in the 60s and then the 70s.
Early stuff. I basically was looking at Lucky Fella, Chelmsford 1, 2, 3, Chance a Million, stuff like that.
None of which we have covered, I don't think.
No, but what I'm suggesting, PJ, is that we do it as a combination stream for the 80s. What do you think?
Yep, sounds ideal.
Yeah, okay, get around.
And again, we've now got people on the other side of the pond who
different programs. That's a good thing as well.
Memories for the American shows and the British shows have got over there and so on.
Because the good thing is we can actually talk, and the thing is there'll be some of the stuff that was popular here did make it over.
Yeah.
Fair enough, a lot of them are maybe comedies or a remake was made over there, same as they tried to do a remake over here. Some of them worked, some of the Fawlty Towers. You look at it, they try to make that. And they had B. Arthur in the Basil Fawlty role and stuff like that.
You could almost do a stream on that where you've got shows in the UK that went into the US and vice versa. Because there's a surprising number of them, even in the game shows and the rest of it.
Oh, game shows basically did that all the time.
Yeah.
Shows because they were a popular one place. Most people, you look at it now, it's not game shows, it's talent shows.
Yeah. Well, talentless shows.
Talentless shows.
I mean, the interesting is,
let's make it look as if this is all spontaneous, but you have already auditioned 3 weeks ago and you're told you're getting through. So stand up there and pretend you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they act as if people don't know. People are just coming up on the stage the very first time they see them. Yeah, they've already been through about 15 auditions before they get there. Yeah. They're all aware of that.
I like that version Peter Kay did. He really took the piss.
That's the thing. It's so well known that people take the piss out of it and people actually say,
But the thing is, I mean, I was never a fan of quote reality unquote TV because it's not reality. I vaguely remember when Big Brother first came out, and the winner actually got the house.
See, now you've mentioned it, Big Brother. And I thought I got the first time I got it, and the reason I got it was Big Brother. Big Brother was on, and it was only on cable, as it was called, or whatever. It wasn't on the channel TVs, it was on the other ones. So we had to get broadband in rather than just a wee dial-up modem. We had to get broadband in and get the channels and sign up to the channels. So my 3 daughters could sit up 3 o'clock in the morning, cover over them, sitting watching people lying in their bed.
Oh, God.
So basically, that's why I remember when you're saying when the Big Brother first came on, yes, I do remember when Big Brother...
The thing is, what got me about that is I remember thinking Okay, I mean, there had been reality TV before then.
Yes,
there have been some really good fly-on-the-wall documentaries which really were reality TV. I remember thinking...
was it the 7-year-olds, the 7 going on 14 or something like that? Yeah. Every 7-year-old, they talked about these number of kids born, different families, some were middle class,
but they had other... But I mean, the thing is, what I remember, I mean, I could be remembering it wrong because, as I said, I never really took any real notice, but I remember thinking, yeah, I can see reality TV because everybody can relate to living in a house competition and the winner actually gets to win the house.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that's, everybody can relate to that. Well, but the thing is...
because if you want everybody else out, you're going to be as nasty to them as you want, so they want to leave, but you having to look good doing it because you want the people not to vote you out. And it's stuff like that would have been a bit more realistic.
Yeah.
All these people going, we're so sad to fuck off, we're actually winning, you're not. You don't think we all are basically going, we're so glad, we're so sad to miss you, but that means
the only decent thing about Big Brother was when they did the piss takeover on Doctor Who.
No.
Not the piss takeover.
There was a better one.
There's a better version of it on Doctor Who.
No, there was a better one. Did you see the one? What was the zombie movie? It was a zombie TV show.
No.
They had Davina as a zombie because
the
people went to the Big Brother house because it was thingy, and there were zombies there, and Davina McCall got done up as a zombie, and she was a zombie, and it was hilariously funny. And that's when they found out zombies couldn't swim because Davina's zombie fell in the water in the jacuzzi, and she was splashing around because they don't know how to deal with water. And that's when they realised that if they just got on a boat, zombies wouldn't attack them. And to me, is the funniest piss take of that because they had all the people in the house going like that, the cameras. There's nobody's came through, and there's the zombies at the other end going. I
mean, well, I say it's still not. Well, actually, perhaps it wasn't necessarily the best version of Big Brother was the Dalek competition with Doctor Who.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, when you got because what didn't Davina McCall pass the next one? I know Anne Robinson actually voiced the Anne.
Yeah. Well, she was doing, what at the time.
Yeah, but she literally embraced it. But but the weird thing is, I mean, going back a little bit to the pond, I think the longest gestating, if you like, the crossover with the longest wait, is TV show that I mentioned on Friday night. It's the Tomorrow People.
Yeah.
Comes out in 1973 to 1978 in this country. 2008 comes out in 40 odd years later, the Americans do a version of it. That's 40 years to cross the pond.
Yeah, it was and it was dire as well.
It was, yes. I saw about the first episode.
Anyway, do you think it's about time?
Yes, I think it's about time to leave. Colin, Alec, do you just want to tell people about your Tuesday?
Colin, you promote it because I don't know how good my mic is.
It's sounding fine.
We are doing a watch along at 8 o'clock. No. Oi, who's promoting this? You or me? No, you're right. No, we're doing a discussion on all 3 seasons of For All Mankind.
I'll be there.
Yep, excellent. PJ's going to be and others as well, hopefully, because we've been watching the new series and we have thoughts on it. Yes, we have thoughts.
I knew you were going to say that because it's basically thoughts.
But no, I mean, to be quite honest, I've said before, it's a series which confused me immensely in the much as I still can't work out how woke it is.
See, the thing is, I was told that it's not woke because woke is bad. It's to me, it's alternate reality.
Yes, that's what
right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is that's why it confused me. Is that these days so much of it would be woke, apart from the fact it's an alternate universe, and within the history and the way that universe has turned out, most of the changes actually make sense. They follow. They don't necessarily follow.
They still fight for the changes, but
yeah,
the fight was more successful.
Yeah,
and it changed attitudes.
Yeah, they change attitude. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. But I'm looking forward to that on Tuesday. And remember, ladies and gents, I've also got a stream on Wednesday, and I did say it was Chelmsford 1, 2, 3. I was wrong. It is Evolution with David Duchovny. And
don't think I know that one.
Oh, that's the one about the meteor it lands.
Yeah, no, I remember that film very well.
And life starts sprouting.
Unfortunately,
I think I've got the book for that.
Well, Colin, you can be there to, because unfortunately I won't be there because I'll be stripping the computer. So.
I wondered what you were going to say.
I know, I'm glad he finished that sentence because I'll be stripping. My mic stopped. But so yes, that's Wednesday. Next Saturday there is no Let's Talk Geeky because I'm away. I'm away up to Aberdeen because if I wasn't in Aberdeen, I'd be going to the Comic-Con, and I'm going to miss the Comic-Con.
He's not very happy mood about that. 2 icons from hello.
Yes, I know, and I got a like from Vicky Michelle. So
we got to get record you a video, PJ, especially.
I've got my recorded video from Danny John Jules. So that I got a birthday wish from Danny John Jules.
I'm getting my Danny John Jules fix because I've been binging Death in Paradise.
Yeah. I've watched them all. I've got them all. I love Death in Paradise, and it basically went downhill. It went downhill when Ben Miller left, but it really took a nosedive when.
Yeah,
Danny
I'm on season 5 now, which I'm not sure if it's the last Chris Marshall season. I don't think it is because so far he hasn't. I'm about halfway through. It's only about 6 episodes of the season. So far, he hasn't actually. We haven't hit the event which later on triggers him leaving, shall we say?
Yeah.
For anybody that hasn't watched it, so I think I know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's Death in Paradise. Good. Anyway, so Wednesday Evolution. Next Saturday, nothing. This Wednesday after that, it is Chelmsford 1, 2, 3. We will discuss one of my favourites. I'm looking forward to that. So ladies and gents,
he's gone again.
No.
What he was going to say
my system kicked me out again.
Because we can't actually end the stream.
Yeah, we don't want to do an as. We don't want to do an as.
Basically, my stream just went doink, and it basically just kicked me out. But good thing is, the first time it kicked me right out. This time it kicked me back to the login page. So I don't know what happened there. It's StreamYard's playing up again. Probably. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are finishing the stream. So remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. PJ maybe, and the guy.